guess David's in public comment. Don't have any there. All right, item number 5, discuss, consider, and vote on proposed 2022 property tax rate for Smith County Emergency Services District 2. All right, who's going to take the lead on presenting that, Eric? Is that you?
I presume everybody has looked at and reviewed the summary sheet that was attached that outlines the 5 different options. Of course, it's not limited. The commissioners could pick any choice in between these options too. It's just the 5 that I thought indicated what was available. I also included a sample of the public hearing notice that would be attached to each individual option, because depending on which option you take, the wording will slightly change in the notice. So I thought it was important for the commissioners to see what the notice would actually say if you pick a particular option. So if the commissioners wish, I have hard copy printouts of the summary sheet, if you want to see that too.
And I'll offer just a couple of comments. I think that everybody recognizes over the last 2 years that we have, in the first year, going back 2 years, we actually lowered the rate we're taxing our constituents. And then last year we elected to go with a no new revenue rate. I think both those were really driven by the fact that we were having a sales tax income that was something that we hadn't had in the past, and we were really unsure about what it was going to yield to us. It actually has yielded quite favorably for us over the last 2 years. So it allowed us to build a reserve within the organization, which is something I think that is very beneficial to us overall. Looking at where we stand now, looking at the current economy and everything, we all recognize that the cost has gone up, right? And everybody experiences whether you have a business or whether you're your own personal finances. We all recognize that costs have gone up. So we know that our costs are going to go up as well. It's just a matter now of trying to assign the right level of taxation with our constituents to really fund ourselves, to allow us to not only maintain ourselves, but also to grow. And at what rate that we're going to grow, I think is probably one of our biggest questions. And we really don't necessarily know specifically where our budget's going to turn out at the end of the year, but we do have a general idea of where we stand right now. I personally, looking at the no new revenue rate, where we just collect the same amount of revenue that we did last year, I don't think it actually allows us to continue to grow and build. And so I'm keeping the rate unchanged. I just stay with the same tax rate, and whatever the property valuation rate goes up, we fortunately get the same in that revenue. I think it's actually a little bit under what we theoretically need. I'm personally looking at the 5% increase. And that really just, and that also that covers, does 2 things for us. One is that the property tax rate has already, property taxes going up, property value's going up, so the property taxes go up. So we're gonna get a little bit of a bump from that, and then get an extra bump on top of that. I think it's gonna be, I can't remember now the numbers, but it's a relatively powerful amount of revenue we're gonna realize from that. For us, the sales tax, in my opinion, is the biggest question we have is what's sales tax gonna do for next year or 2? If we're headed into some type of recession or something other, we're actually going to see a decline in that or not. I personally think that we're going to see a change. Just to what extent, I don't understand, don't know. If I did, I'd be a financier and I wouldn't be sitting up here because I'd be retired. So, but because I like that crystal ball, I think that we should err on the side of increasing our valuation by that 5%. So that's my opinion. Anybody else have any other recommendations for what we want to do?
Well, I like keeping it at the current rate myself. Being a taxpayer too. Like I said, the valuations have went up so much. I think it showed good faith to the people that were trying to watch out for them and not just overburden them, but also understand we have to do growth too. So
the increase of the 5% on I'll call it an average home, which is I think now that 260 or so thousand valuation home is $20 a year. I mean, to the individual taxpayers, On a percent basis, we'll look at it, yeah, or, but on a real valuation basis, it's not. It means a whole lot to us to get that extra 5%.
I'm not opposed to either one,
Okay.
so it's whatever the pleasure of the board is.
I mean, I understand, and we've done our due diligence over the last 2 years in trying to keep that tax rate lower. And acknowledging that we had a big revenue stream come in that this organization never seen before. So now we know kind of have a baseline of what that's gonna do. I'm looking, we all have a copy of our proposed budget. We don't know exactly where that turns out, but I think that we're gonna need to, I don't think we're gonna be able to hold it again for another year. But again, that's my 2 cents worth.
One of my perspectives I've considered is this county's growing. It's obviously that we're in a growth mode and potentially even larger growth mode as the county moves forward. And of course, we would be expected to grow with it as far as our fire protection, emergency services protection to the public. So, I think it is a delicate choice. The public is going to expect more from us, and it sounds strange maybe to say this, but in a sense, we expect more from them as far as contribution, so that we can do, better than some places in providing that service.
No, we've got to move forward and we can't move downward, so basically with it.
Right?
Well, no, I think the tax rate is, like I say, it's okay at 5%, because like I say, property value have increased, so, and that's bring, more revenue, so.
Like Mike said, our county housing development.
Right, right.
is just blowing out all around Polk County. We've been around and looked at it, so.
Right.
We've got more tax rate coming in, the bumpers like we talked about, so.
Well, we had a lot of unforeseen expenses this year, like fuel, that was unforeseen.
Costs are going up on everything.
Right.
Right.
Not just small costs, large costs. And I'm seeing more people getting out and spending money on our comptroller money, so it looks like they're kind of moving back over, which will help us on that account too.
Can I say something? So the previous year, we responded to 7,592 incidents. The previous year, in the last 12 months, I just ran this based on 12 months from this August 1, it's 8,718 incidents. So, yeah. So our call volume increased about 1,200 calls from the 12-month period prior to the most recent 12-month period. So thought that would be relevant information to this conversation.
It's just evident that we do have a growing communities. With growing communities, we're going to have more calls. No doubt about it.
And a big amount of your public don't realize what we do, but the small amount of taxes they pay us. They could just see figures.
Our amount of taxes for the entire county equates to about 5%. Any other discussion on this? If not, I'll entertain a motion to select the tax rate.
I'll make the motion that we adopt option 3, which is 5% rate increase over the previous year at 0.072065%.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Downey that we adopt option 3, which is 5% rate increase of 0.072065%. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Edwards. Are there any other discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying, well, hold on this. We'll do this by roll call vote. Commissioner Downey?
Yay.
Commissioner Wilson?
Okay,
Commissioner Edwards?
Aye.
Yay, and I vote yay also, and we have one absent commissioner, which is Commissioner McKeithen. Motion passes, so we'll take option 3. Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. 26, discuss, consider, and vote on the date, time, and place for public hearing on the proposed tax rate. So we gotta have, how many meetings there, 2?
Yes, there'll be one public hearing, which we need to decide on the time, date, and place for right now. And then within 7 days after that public hearing, the official adoption meeting will take place.
So when, by what date do we have to have the official adoption?
Within 7 days after the public hearing.
But what's
The final,
yeah, what's?
the end of the
what's-
fiscal year.
Okay, which is the end of August.
No, September 30th.
September, yes.
Correct.
So we have to have that meeting prior to the end of September. So we could essentially do it at our September meeting.
Well, we could actually have our public meeting next Monday before the regular scheduled board meeting if we wanted to on the 22nd.
And then that gives us our 7 days.
And then we get 7 days after that, by the 29th, we'd have to have a meeting.
Keep in mind that when the date that we select for the public hearing, we have to put an ad in the newspaper.
Right.
We have to officially put up notices, etc. So,
Or would you rather do it on the 29th?
That's what I was trying to figure out, is I was trying to back up from, and how much time do we need? I think trying to get it done by the next regular meeting is gonna be pushing us a little bit, so I'd say let's just go ahead and schedule the public hearing for the mid-September.
right now, yeah, with the timeline that I've handed out in the past that you all have received has the public hearing on September 5th.
Okay.
Okay.
Except that's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Friday before Labor Day.
no, that's the Monday.
That's the
Like,
Monday.
Is it- is it
That's Tuesday after Labor Day, we have it on the 6th.
Yeah, maybe the 6th, because Labor Day is a holiday. It's shut down.
So that one, we won't have it on the 6th, and
Calendar
then
would-
adopt it on the,
I didn't notice that until
Yeah.
this.
okay.
I think that.
Okay, we'll have the public hearing on September the 6th. Post those notices. Huh?
Yeah.
I don't know, 6 o'clock that evening? Yeah.
6 o'clock?
That'd be good. Here. Here,
On the 6th?
On the 6th.
on the 6th. And then we can adopt everything on at the regular meeting on September 26th.
Yeah.
Do you have to have a second meeting, Eric, after that? Is there 2 public hearings or just 1?
It's just one public
Just one,
hearing,
Okay,
and then an adoption meeting.
which could be the regular September board.
As long as it's within 7 days after the public hearing.
Oh,
Shorter,
yeah.
6 days is fine.
Do I hear a motion on,
Hold on a minute.
Does it mean what?
Let me make sure I understood what you just said. Does the vote have to be within 7 days, or it can't be before 7 days?
It can be before 7 days, but it cannot go beyond
7 days.
7 days.
Oh, so if we do it on the 6th, we need to have another meeting
by the 13th?
by the 13th.
Could-
We can't wait till the.
Could you not, could you not have this meeting and do both in the same meeting?
That's not how it's been done in the
Okay,
past.
So if we have it on the 6th, you'd want another meeting
By the
on-
12th,
by the 12th.
12th to 13th, that's gonna be your 6 or 7 days.
13th
So
would be the
following
7 days.
Monday, the 12th, would be
The 12th is what we have on the timeline right now. So
Okay.
all we did was shorten it from 7 to 6 days.
okay.
Well, it says within 7 days, you can have it.
Right, yep.
You
You can have it then.
Actually, you'd have a meeting on the 6th and turn around and do it on the 7th if you wanted to.
Strictly speaking. All we gotta do is, at the public hearing meeting, we gotta set the date for when the adoption meeting is gonna be.
The 6th and the 12th work for everybody? I entertain a motion for.
Okay. Make the motion that we would post our public hearing for September the 6th at 6 PM at this location.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Donnelly, we post the public hearing for September the 6th, this location at 6 PM. Have a second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Okay. Got that out of the way. 7, budget workshop session. Let's, we'll let Eric lead off of this.
I actually give my two kind of promise a little bit for where we're at. So, like I said before, we've got resources that we haven't had in the past. And we as the board have made a decision to set aside some of those funds for the emergency situations. One thing that I think that we have failed to do appropriately, and it was evidenced to me in our last meeting of the 10th, where we approved our wildland equipment. You know, we had a fund set aside up there for that emergency. It wasn't necessarily set up for the equipment, but it was set up to fund us to go out and deploy. So we could use that money for whatever we needed to. That money, I mean, it wasn't publicly known or well known. Those funds were over there available for that. We're doing the same thing. We have a reserve. We've not been transparent in what those funds are allocated for. Those future expenses that we foresee we're going to have. Apparatus is primarily what it looks like. Buildings, facilities. So as we go through this process, I'd like for everybody to keep in mind that we have several different types of expenditures within the year. One is a recurring expense. We have that expense every year. Some of it's fixed, some of it's variable. The variation, though, is usually not too big. And I'll use Mike Crowley as an example as our equipment repair cost is proportionate to the number of pieces of equipment we have. So if we actually have an increase in the number of equipment, then we should expect an increase in those repairs, but it should be proportional. But it's relative a known cost. I'll say it is variable, but we know normally what it's going to be. So we have to budget for those every year. I mean, what we have in revenue coming in every year has to cover those costs. Personnel costs is our major cost. We have to acknowledge that whenever we get ready to bring on personnel, that we not only have the expense within that period of that year, and say we put personnel on at month 6, we have 6 months worth of it, that's what we budget for this year. Next year, we gotta be prepared to budget for 100% of that cost. So it's not about just what we're spending this year, it's what we're gonna spend next year and the years coming forward that we have to consider when we're looking at these costs. And then we have other major costs like apparatus, buildings, facility repairs, sometimes they're major costs that aren't necessarily reoccurring costs in an every year situation, but they are reoccurring costs over the life of our organization. So that's what those funds are allocated for, set aside for, is we can't afford to make those major purchases out of our revenue each year. The only way we can do that is if we cut other reoccurring costs. But we have to set aside some money every year to continue to build that pool to make those major purchases. And so as we go through this process today looking at that, I want everybody to please listen, understand, be conscientious of, we're not just looking at the revenue we have this year, or even the reserves that we currently have. Because it all plays on to the recurring cost, the expenditure we're gonna have year after year, year on year. That's what and how we do it. So one thing that I think this board administration has to do to make sure everybody understands is how much of that funds that we have in our accounts are allocated for the reserve, just in case we lose a revenue stream or a substantial portion of the revenue stream, and then what is set aside for those future commitments that we're going to make. So having that information, I think, will help. Everybody around the room and everybody that serves in our organization understand a little bit better in our public as to what we have set aside for what. And I personally think that the prudent thing to do is to keep reserves. I do it for myself personally, and I think it's appropriate that we do it here. So, as we start the budget review process, I ask everybody just to listen and think. Let's explore. Let's make sure that we're making good, informed decisions based on data where we have it, not perceptions.
Just from to representing the staff in general, we've spent a considerable amount of time, Eric, myself, and the rest of the staff, in preparing information for the board so that they can make wise decisions about that very concept. And we've kept that in mind as well, because it's about sustainability. If we're going to build fire stations, hire personnel, buy fire trucks, et cetera, we want that to be sustainable. That it's it's not, that's gonna be around forever, and, you know, for the future good of the public. So we've taken that in
Right.
very serious consideration, and I'm very happy with what we're bringing to the board today. I think it's a good representation of that, and it has some options and choices and detail to lend itself to that. But I agree 100%. It does us no good if we build a house of cards and then a year or two later it falls apart, and we haven't done our job well.
Well, another thing I want to say too, I know we got the audit last week, and I know everybody keyed in on the assets, the 21 million, but I want to remind everybody, that doesn't mean that's $21 million worth of money. That includes stations, apparatus, and everything. That's what the entire district has. It doesn't count cash money. So cash money is probably a whole lot less than anybody thinks. So I just want everybody to know that $21 million is basically cash money. It's assets, it's everything.
And we do have funds, but we want to use them wisely.
Yes. And looking at our budget deal, I know it shows our actual projected expenditure on payroll is only about 6 million, but I want to also remind everybody, we budgeted for weekend staff that we never did fill during the year, so that may be the reason we didn't spend that amount of money. So just keep that in mind too, that we had some positions that weren't filled that, you know, that money didn't get spent for payroll, so. About it.
And I think you know, it's a good point. We worked with the various committees, planning and others to kind of assess, like if, for example, if we're gonna hire new personnel, when we're gonna phase them in over time. They're not gonna all get hired October 1st. So Eric's worked, you know, to put that in the projected or the estimated cost of when will those people land and you know, affect our payroll and so forth. So that helps a lot too, to kind of look at that planning structure.
And what everybody needs to also understand about employment, a paycheck's not the only thing you gotta consider. Your retirement, your benefits and everything that we pay for, that's all added. That's about another 32% on top of the salaries that goes for that, maybe 35. I don't know what it's running now.
Should we start with the revenue side of the
Yes,
equation?
yes.
And then we'll move our way down?
Yeah, start with the revenue.
So if you look at the first field there, which is, I just updated that based on the vote as far as the property tax rate is concerned. So it's gone up a little bit to 6,336,000. And that is based on the tax rate that was just voted on here, on the certified appraised value. So you can see that it's up a good change from last year. In Mr. Barber's collection projection, he actually projected that the collection rate would slightly exceed 100%. I have taken a more conservative view here and used 98%. So, just so the commissioners are aware of that. So then we move down, and the only big change you see there is under interest income sales tax account. So what? Okay. Is that better? You see that we have projected 250,000 in income, and that is simply based on the estimated investment income during this coming fiscal year, once we can get an investment policy in place and invest some of the funds and earn a better rate than what we have today. You go down and you will see the sales tax. That is my and Mr. Dominic's and Mr. Mike's assumption on that is going to go down 5% compared to the current year. We think that an economic slowdown is likely, so we would like to be conservative, and that's why we took a 5% reduction compared to this fiscal year. If the commissioners have a different view, we can easily change that. So that then brings us to the total budgeted revenue of 19,823,000 and change. So,
Okay.
and I'm not sure how you would like to discuss the payroll, if we're going to salary detail and so forth.
So, yeah, I mean, just as far as that portion of the budget process, everybody comfortable with our forecast at 19.824? I mean, to me, it's relatively easy in the fact that it's, you know, the property tax is pretty certain. Our variable is the sales tax, and, you know, I can't remember now what we did last year. We were trending everything, all the data we had at that point, and then we actually discounted it again last year. I just can't remember, 2%, 2%, 2%. So that was because we didn't have a lot of trailing data. We didn't have 4 years or anything. Now that we have a little over 4 years, I don't think that we really have to forecast a whole lot about what it's going to do on the trend basis. In fact, we look at it and it follows a relatively predictable trend as far as month on month. We looked at averages, and for us the real question was, is it going to continue to go as it has, or is it going to slow down? And 5% slowdown is what we felt was prudent for forecasting our revenue.
Yeah, I personally like the conservative approach, because if we're wrong and it goes up, well, then that's just a bonus. Caution is better than not.
Yeah, being on the backside of it is not going to be a fun thing at the end of the year. And we don't really want to go into deficit spending like our federal government does. Okay. So I just want to make sure that we're all pretty well aligned on where we are on the revenue side of it, because that's really going to drive expenditure side. Okay. Thanks. So the USD Payroll and everything, if there's anything that we need to discuss on, I'll say specific to personnel, then we'll need to do that in the closed session. We can talk about in general our overall forecast on expenditures.
Yeah, the payroll that you see here on the screen right now assumes 28 net new firefighters, 4 new staff, some admin raises, 6% COLA, and 150% pension contribution match.
That needs to be adjusted, right, based on the August 10th meeting. Wasn't that 125% on the match?
They didn't take actual action on that yet.
Not yet.
Okay, sorry.
This is all hypothetical.
It also, further down on the health insurance, that number assumes that the ESD2 pays 25% of dependent care coverage expenses.
And that was
approved.
Okay.
And the big thing here are the net new firefighters, of course. And the way these expenses have been calculated is that we phase them in according to this timeline. So Bullard would phase in at January 1, 2023, and then Chapel Hill in February, Troop in March, and White House in April.
Does it really matter which one or which order? It's really just about personnel?
Correct. I mean, it wouldn't necessarily mean that we have to do it in this order. At this point, what I'm asking for is to staff these 4 of the remaining 5 stations that currently do not have, or 5 districts, I'm sorry, that do not have 24-hour staffing. And the reason that the 5th one is not included is we currently do not have a situation where they would be able to sleep. So that is another conversation that we would have going forward. I just gave you guys some information that Eric pulled for our workers' comp audit for the previous, basically the previous 12 months, and it has the average number of volunteers per call for all calls. And on that list, you can see the ones that are highlighted yellow are the ones that we're discussing here. And so if you go all the way to the right, you can see what the average number of those actually is. And that's for all calls, everything that's ran, basically, that's the average number that respond. Volunteers. So if you take, for instance, one of these stations that is not highlighted, and you look over to the right and see their number, if you take that number, add 3 to it, because that's the minimum number of career staff that are responding with them. So in some of those cases, you're gonna see 4, and with the exception of Winona at the very bottom, but you're gonna see 4, 4.2, 5.1, or 4.1. What we found through incident response is that we do not have enough people. There's several different things that have occurred out in the field that what it boils down to is we do not have enough people. And so this is my request at this point, is to staff the station so we have enough people.
With the exception of Winona.
With the exception of Winona. And like I said, that's just, we looked at all 3 of their stations, and there's currently not a good option for them to be able to sleep. The other thing with this is also, there would be 3 stations, so that this would be a minimum of 3 at all the stations that would be staffed. There's 3 stations that would have 4, and I know that we do not have Jamestown factored into this. By the time we get the property and we get through with construction and building of a facility, we would be probably inching close to next budget year. So in the event that it came online prior to next budget year, we could take those over minimum guys and put them up there, similar to what we've done to Jackson, although I'd like to change some of that. But we would have the personnel on the books already to start staffing up there if that's what we decide to do.
Well, I noticed you said you had Bullard, you wanted to staff first. Would it make more sense to staff Chapel Hill since they run more calls?
Actually, I would like to use the opposite approach to that. I'd like to go with where we have the least amount first, the least amount of average first, and work backwards. So that's how I would like to do that. Eric, I think just put.
I mean, from a budget standpoint, it doesn't matter which
Yeah.
station we put first.
I'm just looking at the call back before I was looking.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at that. No, it doesn't make any difference.
The one thing I would like to.
This is 3 men per station?
3 with 3 stations at 4.
I would like to point out that since we phased them in here, the impact on the budget is not as strong as it would have been if we all assumed that they would hit from the day one.
Yeah.
So although this year's budget does not bear the full burden of this increase in staffing, next year's budget will bear the full burden of it. So
Which is gonna be an additional nominal million-ish.
correct.
Yeah, so whatever we commit to this year, we know that we're committing an additional million next year.
For all of them?
For all of them.
Per station?
Yeah.
Well, it's like that, he said, we can pull that 4th man off if we do the Jamestown station and it's already been budget.
I think we've got to do that anyway, whether we budget 4 or 3. I think we've got to go ahead and anticipate that where we're headed. We just don't know exactly the timing when it's gonna happen.
True.
I know we got an overtime budget, but do we have anything figured in for extraordinary overtime above and beyond that?
So we put it all together, all in one. Like any overtime is going to come out of that instead of kind of how we've been doing it, where it's all kind of scattered. We put it all together. The other thing that we can do to save in those costs is our part-time personnel can work some of the shifts when the guys take off. And, you know, that way they're not basically being left out. We would be able to utilize our part-time personnel to come in and fill in, you know, as firefighters or whatever. There's many things that would assist with as far as continuity in the districts, continuity of the crews, having the same people, giving the fire chief somebody to go to. I'm sure I've got 2 chiefs right here that are sitting in the room that have a staff station, and I'm sure that they would say that they like knowing who's there all the time and that they have the people to go to. I also like to throw out there that this year we redid our calculation on how we calculated how the salaries are calculated. Eric came in and found some things that he fixed. I also received a spreadsheet from another chief from another department that runs a similar shift like we do. And I plugged our stuff into his spreadsheet that he uses, and Eric and I came within what? Total number, 20,000?
Yeah, it was very close.
So we verified it 2 different ways.
But to answer your question, Commissioner Brown, the overtime, in addition to the built-in overtime, is the 196,600 that you see.
Okay.
I honestly believe that with what you have talked about as it relates to the use of part-time staff, that's gonna have a greater impact on our overtime ratio than we've
Yeah.
ever had the ability to do.
Yeah.
This is still keeping
one on with part-time.
Yeah.
Has anybody talked to the part-time guys and told them that their positions might be going away at these stations?
We haven't really talked to them, and the reason being is I don't want to throw up the red flag to them just yet and have them all start trying to leave. The fact of the matter is if we're phasing this in over time, we're going to have time to go speak to them and talk to them and do those things.
I want to make sure those conversations happen.
Yeah, they will.
Sometimes conversations fail to happen.
They will.
And I'm gonna tell you, as a part-timer, somebody that's worked other fire departments part-time, I'd rather come in and work at 24 than 4 nights.
Yeah.
So I would be more acceptable to a situation like that.
Because we do currently have part-time guys who, let's say they work for Tyler Fire Department. They work a 24/48 at Tyler. And then for us, they'll come and work their first day off, their second day off, then they'll go back to Tyler, then they'll come back to us. So sometimes they only get time off on the weekends when we're not particularly staffing. So if they were able to, say, work a 24 or a 12 for us, they could still take advantage of one of their normally scheduled days off. So I think that would contribute to their mental well-being and those types of things.
On the fact, the ones that we are able to utilize would be a benefit to them. I know we're not gonna be able to retain them all, but
Right.
with the ones that we do retain, I think it'd be a better situation for us.
But will they still be held to that 45 hours a week or whatever it is that you're telling us about?
Not if they fill in.
Not if they're covering. If they're covering a shift, that doesn't apply. If they're covering for vacation or sick time, it does not apply.
So it kind
I
of
want to make sure that's understood by everybody.
It also puts line supervisors, and that seems to be one of the conversations
Yeah.
at the departments that we don't have staffing, is the communication between the chiefs and the part-time staff, and some accountability that needs to be there at the company level. And that's gonna put those lieutenants in those places. I think it shores up the relationship personally. And from a training aspect, it puts crews in those houses that interact with our volunteers daily, and it definitely strengthens the situation. No doubt about it.
all the advantages.
You can, just done properly.
Move on.
Yeah, move on.
Okay.
Keep it rolling.
Accounting fees and audit fees, we assume an audit fee of 30,000, and that we will keep GMP on for 6 months. That's in that one. Newspaper ad, that's for the public notices. The auto allowance, not much change. Insurance, simply took an average based on the past 3 years. It looks like 15% increase is pretty regular, so that's what we bumped it up to. Accident insurance increased by 5. Workers' comp increased by 4. Interest expense is pretty much set depending on the amortization schedule from the long-term debt we have. So nothing much to do. Memberships. Legal fees are brought down closer to what the projected actuals look to be for this year. So it came down a little bit. Office supplies, same as last year's budget. Office equipment, we do anticipate some more CPUs will be needed and some other office equipment, so that's up a little bit. Principal on loan, again, that's a given from the amortization schedules. 10% increase on the rent, parking, utilities. 10,500, that includes the safeties annual conference for my department heads and 5 commissioners. Command and support trailers, 2,000. Loki, you want to say something?
It's mainly just supplies for that command platform.
And then JD requested some more money to literature for schools and fire prevention. And then a contingency of 250,000, which was my suggestion. The budget compared to last year is much tighter. It's much less padding in it. So we felt that a more substantial contingency would be prudent, and it is still very small compared to the overall size of the budget. You're talking close to 1% of the overall size of the budget.
Well, yeah, we wiped out our entire contingency with the apparatus purchase, plus a couple other things, so, from there. The travel, training, hotel bills, the safety conference, 10,005. I mean, we budgeted 9,500 last year, we spent 3,000. I mean, all the commissioners don't go every year, is it?
Well, we also pressed in some of the chiefs too, when
Right.
they want to go. And we only had, I think, 1 go last year, 2 go last year, so.
My point is, we budgeted 95, we spent 3,000. Why raise it to 10?
Bigger interest this year, perhaps.
And
A couple extra positions, we did,
Yep.
Eric and myself.
And me.
And
so make it 5,000.
I'm gonna try to go this year too, since I'm gonna be semi-retired.
But you know, now there's increased costs for hotel and things, I don't know, that's a good question.
I mean, so we spent 3,000 this past year. If we double it, 6,000.
How about 7,500?
About 6,000.
Okay.
Well, also,
Make it 7 and we'll call it. How about that?
also last year we stayed at off-site.
Off-site,
So if we
yeah.
stay on-site, it's
Yeah.
gonna be a noticeable
Yeah.
It's
increase.
nice to do that, you don't have. to-
Yeah, we actually, we stayed, what,
3 miles.
3 miles away?
You
And
can stay on site.
we can stay on site,
Take it
if we
over.
choose to.
Yeah, it's easy like that.
Johnny, I do
What's a
have-
good compromise then? 7,000?
I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thing is, we gotta manage ourselves within our budget, right?
Yeah.
We know what we have to spend.
Let's go back.
The very first item you had, I can't see it right now, it was audit fees and everything. Is that including the ESD and the volunteers, audit fees and 990 fees? Because I'm fixing to be sending y'all a bill for $2,200 for my last 990.
They are not in this particular line item.
They're not in this particular.
Correct.
This is just basically y'all.
Correct.
Okay.
Is that covered somewhere else, Eric?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to get at.
Okay. So, we ready to move on?
So, JD, I'm gonna ask on fire prevention literature for schools and everything. Same situation, we budgeted 26, we spent 22. If we want to increase, then I don't have a problem with that. Just What's the basis of the 10,000?
Okay, so the 22 is based on the information that is given out to the schools every year, the fire marshal's office purchases, and so that one, at least that amount needs to be unchanged. The other thing is in the personnel, we are adding a PIO position, and so I wanted to give them some funds to be able to actually do fire prevention, and we can put some things out in the fire station so that if kids come by, they can get stickers and pencils or whatever. And the basis that I used is I went and found out how much those items cost and did an estimated amount on how many I thought we would
And
need.
it's gone up, and it's not just for schools, that PIO will be doing, community,
Community outreach.
helping advertise for volunteer firefighter
Bilingual
positions.
Yeah.
Conversation is a significant part of that.
Some
So you-
billboards and banners and things like that.
You got a nominal fixed cost year on year of $2,500,
Mhm.
which you're talking about another $7,500 for other outreach.
Correct.
Yeah.
That cost includes like smoke detectors for people that don't afford them or whatever, or something like that?
We actually
need smoke
we
detectors?
actually have a program where we can team up with the Red Cross on that, but it'll give that person the ability to do some other things, in the event that those aren't available.
Under the description, Eric, you might want to put fire prevention outreach / literature for schools. Just to clarify that.
If they want a smoke detector, they let us know. We usually have some, but not when we get them from the Red Cross, and then the guys will go out and install them for them. That's the way it's been working, right?
Sometimes you can find a program at Walmart where they might actually donate them to you.
Yeah.
I've seen it at Target, Walmart, those places. Home Depot, Lowe's. Good question.
Should we move on?
Sure.
Appraisal district fees, that number is simply taken from the Smith County budget. That's what they budget they're gonna charge us, so that was a given number. The tax assessor collector fees did a 5% increase over the projected actuals for this year. The dispatching came from JB, the number.
That's based on the contract with dispatch. That's how much it's going to go up.
Paging number expense came from Mr. Lockie.
Did he go up on it?
No, that's based on the number of users that we have in the system, and David English sometimes doesn't charge us for everything, so, but we gotta assume worst case.
Same with the radio tower lease and maintenance, the Mineola and the van are same as last year, so no changes there. And are we ready to go to capital purchases? We did an internal review of the budget in the finance committee, and in that review it was decided that the tractor requests were to be removed, so that one has been removed. The compressor, 2 complete setups was requested by JD for the compressors.
On the description, just take the board off, just the CBA compressors.
Oh yeah, that's because we bought the one from Bullard this last year. Yeah.
Take the bullet off, you said?
Bullard, yeah.
I want to make a quick comment on, like I said, we worked with all the committees and staff on a lot of this stuff already. And just a comment that if you see something like that tractor removed, it doesn't mean forever. We're just, it's something that we're going to put on a later want list or whatever. We're not denying that we'll never get one. So just keep that in mind. It's not a forever thing. It's just at the moment we made some decisions or recommendations, I should say, of adjustments, but don't despair.
So on the 2,107,000 here, I'm simply going to jump into a more detailed page.
Hold on a second, let me back up on that CBA compressor.
Okay.
100,000, 2 of them, it's a round number of 50,000 each.
Correct.
Did we get those quoted, how to come up with 50,000?
I'm doing it right now. Okay, so for two compressors, it's gonna be $46,000. 46,738 based on the Metro Fire quote, and they're going to, and based on last year's quote to this year's quote, they did have a price increase. So 46,738 is what it's gonna cost us to actually procure the compressor. The other 3,000 was for in case we need to do any electrical to those.
Okay. I'll just do the quick calculation based off of actual expenditure for the one last year and inflated it by 10%. And so I just want to how you can know. Thanks.
Okay. So the 2,107,000, I'm gonna go to this sheet here, which shows a little bit more in detail. The 2,107,000 is simply one engine and one ladder truck. And in the initial discussions in the finance committee, there were 2 engines and 1 ladder truck that had been requested. We slimmed that down to 1 engine and 1 ladder truck, come up with that number. Subsequent, the long range planning committee had this request here, as you see in the box here, for a total of 3,123,000, which is 2 engines, 1 ladder, and 2 side-by-sides.
Who's here from long range?
Us too.
And you hardly.
I don't really have a comment about it. I mean, you are having to play with this budget and do what you can with it. We know we can't get everything.
I think of that, obviously, we all know we need fire trucks. Could we hold off on the side-by-sides, possibly? I think a ladder,
don't play a dual role.
I think a ladder truck is, there's no doubt we need a ladder truck. And same with the engines. I mean, if we had to cut, I would say side-by-sides.
You could technically cut one side-by-side if you have to. We've already had 2.
We're sitting there $1 million over what we've got in here. We need to decide where the money comes from, right? Okay.
My question is-
Some out of reserve and pay ourselves back next year.
As long as we got a line item in our budget that says we're committing this to reserve, we'll talk about right now, that's not even in there.
Talk about that.
Yeah.
So, and that's the problem, is that if we started spending more than what we got now, we're depleting reserve without any plan to replenish.
My figure is we're gonna be putting off apparatus until we're gonna have everything fall down around our ears, and then we're really gonna be our kings.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I know.
So, something that I asked for and I've yet to really see is statistical data on our equipment. How they being maintained, where are we set to really drive these type of decisions? I mean, because it comes down to where you get the money from. I'd love to give them everything that they ask for. We all would, but the reality is that we can't. So when we have to make those hard decisions, where's the data that helps us make those decisions? And that's what we lack.
So when you guys say side by side, or
ATV.
That's what I thought I was saying.
What they're doing is they're following up the dozer and rigged out with a tank of water so they can put out little spot fires. And if something happens to the dozer and they can't get to it with an engine or a brush truck, he can probably get there and maybe save a dozer.
Mhm.
Can I speak up about apparatus from the committee? We had a meeting last night, discussed a lot of stuff about this. We come up with the idea that we're trying to utilize what we have right now, maybe move around. We have 2 UTVs right now. We could use 1 more because we have 3 dozers. We can have as many as we have dozers. But on the to get enough pumpers and ladder and tankers over the next couple of years. And we had an interesting idea that we wanted to entertain with you guys, but the deal is that we're having, something we're not talking about is that we're having huge issues with supply chain issues with aluminum and the cost of aluminum going up and stuff like that. And so it's looking like it's taking like 2 years to even get a fire truck delivered by the time we order it, which I know we've all talked about this before last time we ordered in January. That hasn't changed. If anything, maybe getting a little longer. But I personally don't foresee it being even longer than it is right now, but it's pretty long right now. So what we discussed is that between now and 2026, with the current plan we came up with, we could have 11 pumpers by then and have all of our pumpers replaced. But the problem is the time in getting them. So we just ordered 3 pumpers in January this year. And we're not going to be getting those until March of 2024. So if we order, per our current plan, order 2 pumpers and 1 ladder.
What's our contract say? And I understand they said they want
I
to
don't
push
think
it back.
I don't think there was any contract time on it. On that contract.
We need to correct that, yeah, we'll start writing.
I agree with you.
It has to be a delivery date. It has to be a
As a matter of fact, I
contract.
don't remember seeing a contract.
You know, I
We definitely need that.
And I've attended several of these meetings that you're talking about, and these conversations of, apparatus and equipment like that. And the conversation and discussions used to be, in that type of a thing. Well, I like this brand, or, because they're really good, or price, and it's now shifted to when can we get our hands on it.
Yeah.
That has risen to the top of the decision tree is, there might be this really good company that I love their equipment, the way they build it, but they're telling me it's gonna be 4 years for delivery. Well, that takes them out of the running, and just in reality, that we need them sooner. And it makes it very challenging because it used to be fairly simple, as you'd spec it, you'd find a good quality product, and then you get the price that you fit your budget, and you move forward. Well, now that doesn't work right at the moment. And a good example is the 3 we've already ordered in 2024, And so I'm just putting it out there that it's become much more complicated than it used to be to have that conversation.
So, yes, you're 100% correct, but the problem, that is a problem across the board.
Yeah.
Every single manufacturer. And what the conversation comes down to is that it comes down to customized trucks. Any custom truck that you order is gonna be a 2-year wait.
Well, even the standard ones off the line, they're
taking a long time too. And
Yeah,
if you try and buy a demo that's not custom, or any sort of truck that's not custom, there's still quite a ways out there where they've already been purchased. And because everybody's right now rushing around buying them, and with the supply chain shortages,
everybody's in this boat.
Everyone's suffering. So we kind of just have to work around it. I had a brief idea of how we can try and catch up, but obviously it's going to take money. But I had an idea that, so for my 2022 and 2023, and when I say the years, that means the year that October 1st starts. So my 2020 year is this budget coming up. So for the next 2 years, I had 2 pumpers, 1 ladder, and then next year was 2 pumpers, 2 tankers. So my idea is that since we are hurting in a way, and our fleet, as soon as we're gonna see any new trucks is, like I said, March 2024. But we're 9 months past when we ordered our last ones. Well, my idea is to order our next 2 years worth of trucks right now, because there's such a long wait, and it'll be 9 months. Technically, if we go by the timeline we're going right now, it's for argument's sake, it'll be 9 months after our last order. So technically, in 2024, we could potentially have 4 more, or we could have 4 more pumpers by the end of 2024, and 7 total in the whole year of 2024, which would make a huge impact in getting our fleet coverage. And that includes that's not including a ladder truck. So if we didn't wait, if we waited to go each year, go to our plan. So next October, you would actually be able to skip buying any apparatus, or bump everything up 1 year if the supply chain issues aren't an issue anymore, or if we can reevaluate next budget year, or pay off what we ordered this year, doubling up from this year, and make that payment then, and put that on next year's budget. But we really need to get, in my opinion, in our opinion, we all discussed this last night, agreed, that if we did a both years order now, that would be a cheaper price, and we wouldn't look at a price hike like we saw in January. We would avoid that for those other apparatus, and that would assist us with getting caught up in the year 2024, what we really do for us apparatus-wise. And over the next year and a half, before the new free pumpers show up in March of 2024, over the next year and a half, we would have some discussions and stuff and moving around of apparatus to keep us up and going, repair what we have. I know we have some big repairs coming up, and stuff like that. We can reevaluate that.
So what's your 1 engine, 2 tanker estimated cost?
I'm sorry?
So for this year, you got 2 engines, one ladder.
Correct.
Just nominally $3 million.
Yes, sir.
So 2023, you're talking about an engine,
Two pumpers, 2 tankers.
okay, you're calling pumpers.
Engines,
Yes.
yeah, sorry about that, yeah.
So one engine and 2 tankers.
2 engines, 2 tankers.
2 engines, 2 tankers.
Yes, sir.
And what's the estimated cost for that?
The average tanker cost is about I have estimated is around $500,000 a piece, and the pumpers are getting upwards of $700,000 to $800,000.
I took last year's numbers. I took last year's numbers of, because when we started this budget process last year, they did a quote, but we got a price on a, engine, ladder, tanker, and a brush truck. And I built a spreadsheet that calculates that out based on 10% price increase each year. So, I've got the tenders at $450. So,
about right.
yeah.
And this.
That's what I have.
And if we wait till next year, the tender's $496.
My estimated cost for that total plan of doubling up our plan, it actually came out to $6 million for 4 pumpers, 1 ladder, and 2 tankers. That was my total estimate for both, if we were to do that. That's just an idea that we kind of came up with, depending on, because of the economy and everything right now, and our situation.
And you're trying to estimate out and do this on what we got coming in 2024. You're using that same type of timeline, correct?
Correct, yeah, I'm using the 2-year timeline with
And I-
18 to 2 years.
And in our long range meeting, we have also been discussing the other units that have got a shorter timeline and turnaround as a quick gaps fill to get us out of this bind right now.
Right,
I
we
know
did.
it's not the perfect thing,
No, we discussed
but we
that.
have discussed that.
And those are the numbers I have in here on the engine 1 and engine 2.
We did discuss that, and our fleet right now is okay. We've got a number of, we looked at the fleet as a whole, and we do have multiple apparatus, engines, pumpers, sitting around or second out or something like that, that can be utilized other places that are either broken down, short, or something like that. We have a couple of reserve trucks. We just need to be open to actually moving apparatus around, and we'll be just fine. Worst case, say worst case, we did discuss that as well. If we have to, we could look into buying maybe a used truck to get us through the year, because like I said, it's only a year and a half we gotta get through. How many years have we been going with an old fleet already that was younger than it is today?
And it's not that we want to do that, but we may
No.
not have a lot of choice. And this is something that I discussed with the Long Range Committee recently, was, look, I think this supply chain and other issues that we're seeing right now is not a short-term thing. I believe the trend is it's gonna be there for some time, because everybody's in that boat across the country, and it's gonna take a while for the manufacturers, it's gonna take years for the manufacturers to think about getting caught up. So I want the Long Range and the Apparatus Committee and everybody else to think, we need to tell a vendor, for example, we need a ladder truck in 8 years or 5 years. We need to tell them that now, so they can we can initiate that conversation. I don't want to say we order it now, but we need to start planning for these long range issues of demand and availability and everything else. And I know there was talk about these off the shelf, they call them the 180 trucks. which is an interesting option, but I guarantee that every fire chief in the country is looking at the same thing, and I wonder how, you know, if I called the vendor right now, he might say, well, that was yesterday. Today, those aren't available, or now it's 12, they're gonna be available in 12 months, or, you know,
What's the timeline on that?
220 days from the day you place a PO order till the day it's off the line, you go do final inspection.
but that may change a week from now, because of this
I'm
problem.
going on
affecting
for
everybody,
vendors day.
You know,
And
so
other
it's
agencies
not
I
a
talk
simple
to.
solution.
We put it in the contract, though,
So-
he's gotta abide by it.
Yeah, and I agree with you, I like the performance contract. I'm curious if the vendors will even do that right now because they're overwhelmed with orders. They may say, I just can't promise, you
Well,
know.
they'll put a contingency on it.
Right.
They're not gonna take the order for what they quoted to you for, they're gonna wanna add 30, 60, 90 days to it, to accept any penalties associated with it.
Sure. And I like that, I've done that before.
Yeah, but it gives us a little bit more certainty about when it's gonna come, because I mean, we're talking about March 2024 now.
Yeah.
I can almost 100% guarantee you will not receive them in March 2024.
They may
They're gonna come across another pinch, or somebody else is going to pay more money to slip one in line, and if we don't have any teeth in our contract, we're bucked.
Yeah.
Well, they can't move them on the line, but I do
They
understand what you're
can,
saying.
well, yeah, once
They
they
have
get
been pushed back
they get
already
in
a
that
couple
line, yeah,
months.
Yeah.
but
They have been, you are correct, they have been pushed back a month or two already,
yeah,
but
they'll
yes.
push it again.
So one thing on this apparatus real quick, the ladder truck we had talked about in the long range. This kind of goes back, if we're not gonna staff it properly, we don't need a ladder truck right now. So if we're not gonna hire the firefighters, which I'll discuss later on, because that ladder truck's a minimum of 4 people, for 4 personnel, optimum 5. So if we're not gonna increase our staffing, the days of one person driving it, that needs to end. That's a huge safety and liability. So if we're not gonna get the firefighters to staff it, that might be talk that maybe wait later on down the road.
But that's why I built into the apparatus plan, overall plan of moving trucks around, replacement plan and stuff like that. I built that into not putting a new pumper in Flint and assuming the ladder is gonna be first out and fully staffed 24/7 because of its location so close and surrounded by 2 other pumpers. Here go Bullard and Noonday so close nearby that it would be assumed per my plan that it would just be the first out truck and they wouldn't even be receiving a new pumper.
And the reason I say that is because we ran into that situation. So Flint had an engine and the ladder truck. They were on a structure fire, I believe in Dixie's district, they took the engine. So the ladder truck was just sitting there. Noonday got a call, mutual aid to Lake Palestine. The Noonday crew had to go to Flint to pick up the ladder truck to take on scene. So that's why I get back, if we're not gonna staff it, then there's really no need in having one right now.
I'm gonna ask a question I think I already know the answer to, but do we have something that, from long range, from apparatus, from building committee, that consolidates all the work y'all been doing this year into, here's our plan for the next 2, 3, 5, 10 years?
We
It
haven't
says-
got that far.
Long range, you never got to sit down with anybody to get all that done.
Not yet.
We're still.
That would make these decisions a heck of a lot easier, right? If we laid out our strategy over the next 5 years.
I can personally say that from the building committee standpoint, we have a 3 to 5 conversation, you know that.
Yeah.
And correlated with that, obviously, is some conversation on both ladder companies and engine companies, and the ability to, serve better our heavy rescue needs, which would encompass a ladder. And what we saw on the Williamside area, and Chief Smith and I have had a lengthy conversation on this, was a Quint concept where we would be running a truck first out in that area, a small compact truck, ladder truck, that would have the ability to roll up in the front yard and pump just like an engine, or sling a ladder if it needed to, and carry a component of rescue tools, perform that job also with quick access to the interstate and the other areas that we have problems. Same conversation down around the Flint area.
Yeah, and
So, that's what we gotta get to, is all on the same page in that conversation. And
I spoke to Chief Stone last week on the phone. It kind of outlined some of these thoughts that we were having regarding where we want to go with that particular conversation. And so I was able to speak to him on the phone. I did not get a chance to attend a long-range meeting recently to discuss where I think operations needs to go. And I think building had a conversation with them, but right now, myself and building are kind of tracking the same way as far as, if we do this, we can move folks from here to here and then do this and then this and this and start having all of our coverages. But at this point,
I will have to say this from the long range. One of the problems we're having is all these components fit together like gears. And we're only getting one report from this one report from this. We all need to get in the same room, sit down for 2 or 3 hours and try to get together and come up with a long-range plan. It's gonna take the involvement of each one of these groups to come up with that long-range plan. We can't do it piecemeal because there's so many moving parts to it.
What Commissioner Domney is referring to in my book is a strategic plan. And I have that on my list of to-dos, is to assemble a project or forefront project of a strategic plan document, and it would involve all the committees and those. I'm starting to gather bits and pieces of information, and I think that we have good input, and I want to bring that all into this strategic plan and publish that document for the board so that they have the strategic plan for like a 3 to 5 year strategic plan, and it would involve everything, facilities, equipment, personnel, whatever, into one.
So what's the timeline for?
To develop that?
I mean,
To do.
we know it's not this budget.
Right. I would say realistically about 3 months to put that together.
We have a strategic plan that a outside company came in and did for us.
I have a copy of that. It's
so one is
helpful, but it's dated.
How old is that now, Melissa?
it's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's helpful but dated. So
Okay, I didn't know. I couldn't remember how old it was, but I knew one existed.
Right after we finished that, we had already completed several components of it. A lot of it had to do with hiring HR, hiring training and all of that.
Yeah.
And that all moved quickly. And we've already outdated that thing within the first year, actually.
I will
A lot
say
of
this,
components.
Chief, on the document, we referenced that heavily in our initial conversations in the building committee. And then we got Larry and IT and had him overlay our heat maps to see how they reflected the information in that document. There are aspects of it that I do believe are dated, but the trend associated with where our service need and our service delivery components should be placed is pretty good. It's the same areas. And a lot of it has to go back with socioeconomic and various other issues there, but it does give us some good guidance in a lot of ways.
As far as apparatus go, just my 2 cents on it, and I agree wholeheartedly with Mel. I think that we have a responsibility to staff engines in this district prior to going out for the extras. And I know that a ladder is not necessarily considered an extra, but we have one. We can call for mutual aid from Lindale, and worst case scenario, we could have to talk to Tyler if we need to. Unless we're gonna staff it, I don't see the point in buying one. We've got to staff engines, and we have a lot of data that will go towards, we need a truck that will pump water on a fire. Yes, we have a few rescues every now and then, and I'm sure that number will continuously increase over time. But today, we've got to start with the basics, in my opinion, and that's engines and manpower.
No, that's a good point. I've been involved in some of the conversations about the ladder truck and getting one out versus waiting. There is one. The reason it's risen to the top of the discussion is there's one available. It's a demo. There's pros and cons to that. The pro is, like I said earlier, the decision tree now is availability, and the pro is it's available. We can have it in a couple months here on our doorstep. It's available demo. The downside is there's concerns, is it spec the way we want a ladder truck to look for Smith County rural area? And there's debate about that. There's yes, no, I mean, but it's debatable if it's a good fit for us as far as capability and what we would like to see in a ladder truck. But I guess I'm beating a dead horse here. It's a complicated decision. Do we take the one now that we can get that isn't perfect for spending that kind of money? Or do we wait for one that we could get that is better suited for us, but it may take 2 years to get? And again, like you said, do we need it now, or is waiting 2 years when we maybe have more money and it's the design we want? I don't know. That's a good.
I have found
I'm just throwing this out for conversation.
I have found that especially on this type of expenditure, I would rather get what we think we need to a T. We're spending how much?
It's a specialized piece of equipment. It's not
How much?
About 1.5 million.
If we're gonna spend $1.5 million on a machine, I want it to be exactly what I want.
we want.
Exactly.
And the demo may or may not. I mean, these guys would know. Is it underpowered? Is it? I don't know.
So we put a lot of, on the ladder truck thing, it's not a want. I mean, it's not a want at all. It is definitely a need, because we've evaluated the types of buildings we have, commercial, residential, whatever you want to say, and we absolutely, in our opinion, we really need a ladder truck. It's not a want at all. Because there's some places that if we did not have a ladder truck and something happened, because we all know we're in the game of what if, and we've got to plan for as much as we possibly can. And the buildings that ladder truck's designed to service would dearly miss it if it wasn't available if something bad was to happen in a couple of these places that we.
So what places have you identified?
The home at Meadow,
The villages.
the villages. And the
So
resort.
there's a ladder
resort.
truck stationed at Flint that would cover both of those areas.
There, well, yeah, the ladder truck there would cover that and
Right.
the resort over there in New Leeds District.
Correct.
And then I'm also planning in the future for a second ladder truck on the north side of the district.
And I don't disagree.
In the commercial
I
area.
don't disagree with you there, but we can always call for Lindale.
Right, but that's not us servicing our citizens. We're relying on somebody else to maybe provide it, maybe not, unless you actually pay for a contract. And that's not really a game we want to play.
No.
If that's the direction you want to go, that's fine, but that's not,
I don't
we
disagree.
could do it.
I don't disagree. I would rather, I
Right.
hate borrowing stuff.
Yes.
I'd rather own it myself, but,
You're also relying on a department that's not fully staffed.
well, and that's what we're trying to get
I know.
to, because
I
we
understand.
have a overwhelming population that is pressuring us to do this.
I understand.
Not that I don't want to do it anyway, but they want it today.
Yeah.
And a 1.2 or a 1.5 or whatever $1 million expenditure on a truck, when we need to fight house fires, and we have 1,000 to 1 residential structures to commercial in our county. I can't see I don't have data in front of me that says this is how many times we should have used a ladder truck versus an engine. And I cannot help but believe that an engine is a better purchase today than a ladder truck.
Well, let me ask.
Unless we're gonna staff it. And that's,
I have just some food for thought. I did budget projections based on the pricing we had of last year's ladder truck number. So I projected out each year's cost going all the way to budget year 26, 27. So last year, the number we had was 1.2 for a ladder. This year I came in at 1.3. Next year's 1.4, and the following is 1.6, and 1.7, and 1.9. So something we're also not factoring into this equation is that if we buy it now, we're gonna save ourselves.
but every year taxes go up, which means our budget goes up, which means we make the purchase. I get what you're saying. We should have bought one in 1980 for $200,000. You know what I mean? But it wouldn't be good for that long.
Well, I built it in my,
Well, I'm gonna go back just a second on one thing. We're talking about how many places can we, I'm just sitting here thinking around in my district right now alone. I have several businesses and.
How many
also, we've got
houses do you have,
schools.
Max?
I'm not worried about the houses right
Okay.
now. I'm talking about your big industrial buildings. We have several around. And if we've got to wait on that ladder truck to come from all the way across the county and set up in Chapel Hill or wherever you are on the man that second, it's time, and it might save a life or two.
Okay, so where are we planning on putting this ladder truck?
It needs to go in the north end.
That's an operational decision, I'm not 100% certain of, but as of right now, where our ladder truck is right now, in Flint,
I think
very center area in the south side.
ideal, we would ladder truck on the north side and a ladder truck on the south
So,
side.
actually,
Now, like I said,
Or we won't be able to make it.
we have to man it. If we're not gonna be able to man it, then
And for ARP, I'm gonna say that Flint or Winona is gonna get there at the same
If we
time.
go- If we go with the Quint aspect that Chief Clay was talking about, then it's being used as a pumper.
So overall plan, when we eventually have 2 ladder trucks, I want one in Flint, I want one at Morningside or Chapel Hill area. That's where they're needed. The Morningside, Chapel Hill area is commercial.
Yeah, but we can make these arguments, and we've made these arguments with staff as well. We're gonna put them at the highest need. Okay, but what happens when we need one in Jamestown or in Dixie? Yeah, I know Flint can get there, and that other truck can come around, but we're making, I don't like I mean,
Well, it's like
our commercial buildings are no more important than the
Well,
ones on the west side.
it's like a heat map. I mean, if we
Yeah.
look at it like a heat map, where is the majority of the large buildings, whether it be residential structure, let's just say, in
Can I
Flint,
speak?
in Flint is the.
We sit here
Well, hold on, he's mid-sentence, hold on.
So we view it as a heat map. Right now, the largest impact a ladder truck can make right now currently is in the Flint station because of
Which-
what's nearby.
Where it exists.
Right, where it
Okay.
exists right now, which is why Chief Smith was saying the second heat map or level of heat for a ladder truck only, a ladder truck's job, would be up in the Morningside area would be the next. So we view the ladder truck on like another layer of a heat map because it has a different purpose and a different.
And in reality, so if we did that, we could still factor in Lindale. And so we basically have a triangle of ladder trucks throughout the county that could help us cover, but we wouldn't be relying on Lindale to cover the entire, from Dixie to Chapel Hill. We would be able to do some of our own. Lindale may help us in the Jamestown / Red Springs area.
Go ahead, Charles.
Go ahead. Okay, I got a different opinion. I'm with Lieutenant Mayo. A ladder truck is needed in the north end, and I can put it on paper. We have more commercial, large industrial buildings being built in the north end, the east end, north of Tyler, and the west end. One place that ladder truck needs to go is at our shop. It has interstate, it can go east, it can go west, it can go north. And I'm like Mayo, Tyler and Lindale is running their ladder trucks on all major 1050s with rescue equipment on them and 4 men. And that's what we need is the men on that ladder truck. Ladder truck doesn't need to be at Chapel Hill Morningside. Central located to go east, west, north would be our shop out there. And we definitely need to go ahead and purchase a ladder truck and get it in business. We're building so many commercial buildings in Owentown, the north end, we've got 15 new truck stops being built now in the north end along interstates. And that truck can be used on commercial house fires just like Tyler and all the rest. A lot of times it's needed in the air on the house structures. Flint can tell you that. So that's my opinion, and that's what I'm gonna fight to see, that it goes in the north end and it can be more useful being centrally located. It can go interstate, east, west, north, or back to ARC or whatever. That's my opinion, and I can put figures in places in commercial buildings. Our house situation in the north end is blowing out probably as big as the south end. And Johnny and I have rode around and looked at all the houses, and we need to depend on ourselves, not calling Lindale for a ladder truck, serve the people for the taxes they're paying us, and give them something that we don't have to call somebody else. So that's my opinion, and I will definitely put it on paper and show the committees that it's needed up there.
And I'm sure I'm gonna catch flack for it, but that's okay. I don't know that Flint is probably the better option than the ladder truck. I would almost say noonday, because you can get to Dixie off 49
Right.
a lot quicker, but that's a different
So,
conversation.
I mean, if we had more than just, and I'll use the word perceptions, if we were looking at statistical data that tells us what we need to be doing, this is an easy decision. Our whole problem is that we don't have the information available to us right now in this meeting to make those decisions. And I'm starting to lean towards prove what's set here on the budget. Let's work hard on getting a strategic plan together. Whether we order it this week or in October, November, whatever, we gotta push hard to get that strategic plan in place that allows us to make an informed decision. Because right now, we can ask everybody around the room, and we get different opinions.
Right.
And we just can't, I personally don't feel comfortable making decisions on large purchases like that on this basis.
It sounds like to me, listening to all the different viewpoints and perspectives, that as far as where it needs to be placed or strategic or whatever, really, as far as the budget question goes, it sounds like we need a second ladder truck.
We definitely do.
We're just not sure where to put it or whatever, but speaking strictly as budget, it sounds like the recommendation that we need a second ladder truck is valid.
I'm pretty sure we asked for data last budget year on a ladder truck. We still don't have it. A year ago, and we
As
still
far
don't
as
have the data that we requested.
Cost
Well, actually, they started using it. They did start using it.
We were starting to
Ladder
use-
truck,
we
but
Where's the report? I want it on paper.
We were starting to use it, but it was caught in a damn minor accident.
Yeah.
And so,
For how long did we use it?
2
2 months.
because you know, you were giving us 60 days. weren't
Maybe
you?
60 days.
60 days, we're gonna reevaluate it and go at it again.
Have you ever compiled the information
No, because we were getting told not to run it anymore.
that, but have you not compiled, we hadn't compiled the information of when we did use it?
No, because it got stopped. It got stopped though.
The fact is, we still don't have the information. Right. So, and I'm sitting here looking at a 2.1 that's currently allocated in the budget, whether it be for the engine and the ladder truck or whatever that may be. Whatever purchase we make is probably gonna have to partially be funded through reserves. It's not gonna be through this year. So let's get some information to make a prudent decision and make the decision at the appropriate time. Where the money's coming from is gonna stay the same place.
Right.
It's not coming out of this. This will fund, the whatever we wanna fund with it. And then the
My
extra.
two check on also what that truck they have as demonstrator, what we can get it for. We may have to do that because the expansion, the expansion of large businesses that's out there in that east, west, and north end, like Sanderson Farm, we're getting so many coming in now.
Yeah.
And we may have to go ahead and deal with it.
Well,
But get the information like Brent says, and
Yeah.
let's move forward, because if we wait any longer, 2 or 4 years for a new ladder truck, we may have 50 more industrial buildings out there.
And somebody mentioned, you know, we have engines, so whether we buy one engine or two, we got a bunch of engines. What we don't have a bunch of is ladder trucks. So that kind of, to me, puts it a little more priority, as far as, and then we have this demo unit, and if it fits our needs, perhaps we should seriously consider purchasing
Well,
this
like
demo.
Mel said, you put 4 on the ladder truck, one of them can drive the engine there and just be sitting there if they need water.
The whole point of this, Charles, is we're trying to get away from the one-man trucks.
Oh,
We want to look at this from a safety perspective. This whole cowboy and one-man
Well, we're not talking
apparatuses is
about
not a.
one going one way and one other, he follows that truck the same.
No,
We definitely.
But that's not.
That's irrelevant.
And we had, by the way, Commissioner, we considered that, that's why in the, I don't remember if it was on the screen.
No, it came in after.
We have put in personnel, added personnel to kind of do all that. We're looking at, you know, stations, personnel, et cetera, we're not just buying ladder trucks without considering all of that, and that has been considered. To make sure it's, because I'm with you, I don't like, and, you know, they've heard me say this, and I at risk of catching some arrows, you know, I don't think, if a truck, any piece of equipment, a brush truck or fire engine or whatever, if there's one person at the station, it shouldn't roll, in my humble opinion. it just isn't safe. Dispatch another engine or do something else or move that one person to another station. But a one-man engine to me is out of service, in my humble opinion. And that's not shared by everybody, but that's how it looks.
Well, it is by me, and I've been that one man in an engine
Yeah.
before, and I don't, it's not,
Yeah, it's just, you know.
it's not effective. I mean, why go?
Exactly. So we're building that with that philosophy that we need sufficient personnel to do the job safely, whatever that piece of equipment is. But as far as what Eric's built into the budget, I think it's pretty sound. It's fair and balanced. You know, so far as we've gotten down the page. But I think the ladder truck issue, it seems pretty clear to me that we need one, and there's one available. And if we pass on it, we're looking at 3 or 4 years to get another one. And I hated that we're in that corner, that we're back in that corner, but that's the reality of.
Well, and it may not be the, like you said, the brand that everybody likes, but it's
Right.
what's available and what we
It
need.
goes up in the air and squirts water.
Well, that gives us time to plan for 3 or 4 years. So
Right.
if we get this demo ladder truck, potentially that could be a reserve and then replace Glenn's
And I
old
hate
truck.
that we're in that.
Is this a platform? Is that what this is? A front bucket?
Yeah, which may not be ideal.
I can give you all kinds of live up front and color history on how that works in South Longview.
Yeah.
It's not a good plan.
It
It's
doesn't
not.
fit under trees and power lines in the city, much less a rural county. This,
You get it.
this
And that's
kind
why,
I didn't know we were
question,
talking about this
do
platform.
we pass on it because it won't do the job we want it to do? I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
It ain't got the right name on it.
think compromise is-
That has nothing to do with it, and that's a very poor comment.
It just, you
to
know,
me,
I don't think compromising $1.5 million
I
is the
still
way.
need one period.
We only have to
That is
wait
my personal
like
opinion,
a
but
year
I'm
and a
not.
half, 2 years. to get the right compromise that means money is, in my opinion,
I don't care.
So.
But,
I think the whole question is, when you go staff, and then you dictate what you put out.
well, and the data that we're looking for, David Gerald, is we have a truck.
Right.
How often do we need to run the truck? Is it more cost effective to run an engine rather than a truck? And truck to me is ladder first out. I don't think we have the data to support it, but frankly, we don't have any. So, that's what, but I agree with Brent, the number stays the same, we'll figure out how to allocate it a little bit later. Let's,
The data you do have is what you need in the field to cover the areas. You know that.
and we have to keep in mind, this is a workshop.
you're right, you're right.
We're not nailing this down tight today.
I understand.
Let's move forward.
Sharing ideas and getting closer to a final. But there's still gonna be a little time to sort a few things out. So where are we at, Eric?
Okay, so we leave the 2.1 in there then?
Yes.
Okay.
So Larry,
Yes.
let's talk about $7,000.
Yeah. Cut from 74,000.
Yeah.
So various facility-related capital purchases.
I was just telling Eric, I know there's a spreadsheet that backs it up, but what that is, I'm not sure, and I think that came out of facilities when we were talking about a facilities position, so we can cut that number.
Oh, yeah, we had a.
Nice.
I think we missed that in the cut of the $74,000.
You want to remove the 7,000?
Not the 7,000, the 2,000, something on your other line.
Remove the 2,123.
That leaves 5,000.
That was a great sacrifice. for
Yes,
you.
we missed cutting that with the rest of the $74,000.
Okay. Multi-use covered concrete slab at shop. JD and Corey.
So this was kind of a joint, both the shop and training asked for covered areas at the shop, along with, I think Commissioner Wilson has also weighed in on this. So I had them take this number based on some of the information they had and put it in here. So I'll let these guys all defend their idea.
That's the same thing you talked about last year, right?
Yes, sir.
Just cover training area.
Well, it's multi-use, but yes, covered
From your
classroom.
perspective, it would
We
be-
could put a vehicle under it for extrication, like in this 100-degree weather, if we wanted to. It would also serve as an area, if we placed it appropriately, for the pump testing to occur in the shade. Also could serve as an area to place our draft commander to keep it out of the weather, which is of concern.
Was that a red iron metal roof?
Yeah, it's a shade.
Yeah, I did make sure it wasn't some factory or
And,
something.
you know, we'd wanna delve off into, you know, we base that on some loose, figures per square foot, okay? We'd wanna nail that down, but that would be as much as I would be saying. I did ask for that project last year, Mr. Donnelly, and, we chose not to do it last year. We've continued to see the need, and as we continue to ramp up our cargo containers and some of the things we have going on up there, we anticipate having maybe some area school conversation and things like that. So I'd like to have a little area to do that.
I mean, one of the questions I have is, I mean, this really is not meant to store any equipment, any material.
What's the size, if you don't mind?
Oh man, I want to say that we did, was it 60 by 20, 60 by 30, something like that?
Somewhere around there, or 75 by 50.
What would happen at my house is I'd have a nice purpose for it. This is where I'm gonna park my tractor. And then there'd be a boat, an ATV, a broke down motor, and everything else in it. So
I think that happens everywhere.
the big thing, my biggest concern is, are we building just more shop coverage? Or are we gonna actually utilize this for your training, out of your training?
Our
budget?
absolute intent would be, and I've spoken with Mike on this, with, you know, like the draft commander and something that's quickly movable. Like
Yeah.
we would pull it out of the way to do what we're doing and put it back. And that's the intent completely. Not to put palletized water, not to put a bunch of crap. You
Until
know?
the need comes up.
That's the,
Well, I mean, I guess that argument could be made on any, I know personally, but, I mean, that's the intent, and we would try to hold to that. I mean, that would be my, what we're trying to accomplish.
I mean, I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish, and I think what myself and Mr. McKeith are trying to emphasize is that let's don't
Make it a catch-all.
yeah.
Yeah, no.
If we build it for training, we want you to use it
Well,
for training.
where we've talked about that would be beneficial to us both, I mean, literally, everybody that drove by there is gonna be looking at that. And, I mean, we wouldn't want something that's gonna be an eyesore anyway.
You're looking at it as you come out, not that it matters, but when you come out of the shop, keep going
Straight
straight.
across, pretty much, basically.
East of the station, north of the shop?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And proximity to the hydrant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stays, we move on. Okay.
I'm ready.
Then the next 3, 4, 5 here, the finance committee has already said that not this year, but if the commissioners wish to reinstate them, feel free to do so now. It's the squad type truck, thermal vision units, service truck, draft commander awning, bay door awning, shop re-insulation stayed, shop floor resurface we removed, command vehicles stayed 370,000 for vehicles.
I'd like to talk about that one.
Okay.
But as far as the others, I'm okay with that. The re-installation, is that a quote for spray in, or is that a?
Spray in.
Okay. Let's talk about the 4 vehicles. I want to hear, what's the plan for?
So, we currently need to address Captain One truck and Chief Clayton's truck. Captain One's truck's got almost 200,000 miles on it, and it's having some, you know, we're doing this.
Rapidly declining.
Yeah.
So I'm going to step off before you get too far, JD. Have you seen a decline in miles when you put the SOP out there for these BCs to quit running from one end of the county to the other, and these captains running on every call.
We've probably seen some decline in miles.
Have you seen a decline in them? Are they staying at the station and doing their station duties, or are they running calls all day, every day?
So the captain still runs quite a few calls.
Can I answer to that?
Sure.
There's nearly a requirement for them to do that, for us to have enough manpower to do the job. And I'm not trying to be, but I'm being as serious as I can be, okay?
I guess let me rephrase, priority calls, and prioritizing the use of a battalion chief and a captain. I don't want them on every medical call.
I agree 100%.
Right.
Now, we have enjoyed a relationship in White House where our captain resides there.
Mhm.
And so we feel as part of the team there that we answer medical calls or whatever is needed of us. And so our captain in that district is answering those calls along with White House VFD. Now, are they running to Chapel Hill, all over the place? No, sir, not on non-priority or medical type calls. They're answering in as a safety officer on structure fires. They're making most pin in wrecks. If it's way up in that they can't get there, they're not going.
Yeah.
Typically, they're on the phone with the battalions asking, "You want me? Yes or no?" And that's basically what Tully does with you.
Yeah, he goes madman, yeah.
So,
And I have noticed that as far as a whole, they're not running it, like both BCs are not running all the way 1 to 3 all the time. Like there have been calls where that has been warranted. You know, they had a significant grass fire. Yeah, they're both going to those calls. They've had, two 18-wheelers locked up with a car pinned between them. They both go on those, but they're not running all over the place any longer. My point here is we need to address the captain's vehicle and Chief Clanton's vehicle, as they were the first two that were purchased for the purposes of battalion chief. The current battalion chief vehicles they're pushing close to 100,000 miles. They're
Close to 60 right now.
I looked at theirs the other day and it had 75.
Okay. Battalion 2's got a little over 60.
Okay, so in order to prolong their life, I would like to see us pass them down. So we take the 2 that they're currently driving, we pass those down to Captain and Chief Clanton. The other 2 are for the chief and assistant chief for the district. That was one thing Mike came to me with. One of his first questions was, "Why do you not have a vehicle?" And I said, "Well, we've never been able to do that." And he was pretty adamant that I go this route.
So we have 2 captain trucks? One
captain truck and then Chief Clanton's truck.
Okay,
So
2, then we have 2 battalions, and we're wanting to buy 2 more?
Correct. And
No,
so
we want to pass the current battalion trucks
down to the captain.
Yeah, I understand
And then
that.
we'll take the 2, so Chief Clanton's truck and what life is left of the captain truck, and I've discussed with Larry. They were going to request a vehicle in the budget, but when we started this conversation, he said, "Well, let me hold off. I might, if we can make this plan work, then maybe we can inherit." So we continue to pass them down. The point of a chief and assistant chief, the way I envision that to be passed down is eventually we're going to have to start addressing their Tahoes, Winona's Tahoe, so we could enter them into the fleet, get a little use out of them, but keep their life so that they're not going out and buying an old police car and they've got something decent to drive. So that's kind of how I plan this out for the future use. The number that's in there is a combination number of based on what we paid for the current battalion trucks and an estimate based on what I saw for a Tahoe recently.
Yeah, when we had our planning discussions on that, so that's exactly what he said. We looked at, we're adding positions, people, it's kind of like the technology. We're going to put some more people into the administrative side where they need a desk and a computer and all that. So we're trying to look at that complexity and say, well, we have a chief and a division chief, well, they need a vehicle and so forth and so on. And they've done real well of reallocating the resources we have. Okay, if we bump this down to this person and that person bumps down to this one, to kind of make best use of our resources. But that's what we came up with for vehicles. Is that process.
92,500 each.
We paid roughly 120 for the
Yeah.
current BC trucks.
We got 85, 85 plus 100 plus 100. Those are the four. You see in the
What are
up
the
here.
hundreds for?
The beef and battalion.
Oh,
The
radios.
the lights, siren radios, et cetera.
So he said 85, 85.
100, 100.
Okay, so at A&M, Simmons Martin had eight Tahoes sitting there that were $80,000 a piece with fully outrigged at 80,000.
They already had the lights and siren.
Yeah, they had light for command boxes.
In their
It-
full-order outfit.
It's a pretty good price.
Um, so that was the price of those. I mean, I had the quote in my inbox. I don't know if they still currently have them, so I increased it 5,000 for the inflation based on when we might get them.
But, so, break it down, just, I somewhat understand the cost, but Brent's probably never bought one, so, truck, or Tahoe, 60,000 base.
65,
So-
probably 70.
Probably looking at about 70,
Yeah,
75
probably about
base, but like he said, Simmons Martin has two that are, we could pick up tomorrow for 80,000 that has lights, radio, well, not radio, but lights, I mean.
That has the console in the middle.
So, the base, I guess it's more working it for me than you, but the base is, I won't say 65 for base model Tahoe. Lights and siren system,
Console,
About
5,
yeah.
and then they use like a molded plastic or heavy polymer type,
Poly.
or poly, box,
Box.
command that goes in the back.
Yeah.
So, we're not far off of that 80. I think that's a reasonable number.
Well, and if you order it, then we're gonna be 2 years probably before we get it versus having them right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, the one that they had down there had a police push bumper on the front of the Tahoe, and I'm like, okay, I would.
So
wouldn't want that.
right, the 200s, what are those?
Those would be to replace their BC trucks, and I would go back with trucks because about how we pass them down. And like I said, the 120 is roughly what we paid for the current ones, but I actually think we could potentially reuse their slide out and we could potentially reuse some of the stuff off of their current truck into the new truck if we had to. So
the only thing I'm gonna, 100,000, I bought a King Ranch for, it's got massaging seats and a
command
whole
module is-
sunroof for
The
15,000.
command module is where that cost is coming in.
The what is?
The command module in the back, the slide out, that has the white boards on one side and accountability and 4 radios. So that's where your cost comes in.
So, but do we, and I know this is y'all's decision, but I'm just trying to think, do we put those things in the chief and assistant chief vehicles? And the only reason I say that is,
I wouldn't go complete out like we would theirs, but I would we'd have a scaled down version in the other two. In the event that we got to go assume command.
Sure.
I don't know, pray it never happens.
But they're talking about a command vehicle already on site.
There are times when we need more than one.
You get a big event.
that would be 4.
Well,
There may be-
actually,
did you see the fire and bolt springs?
One of these vehicles is gonna break down.
Yeah, where there's
They can
that.
scale that down until they can get it repaired.
Yeah, if something happened to his BC truck, we would obviously take, like, the chief or assistant chief would, all right, here, you ride in ours until yours is fixed.
Now, I do want to say one thing. The only reason we're pushing and pulling y'all, or the only reason I am, is because I want us to the very basics. Men to fight the fires, and trucks to get them there. Across the county. So I want y'all to justify the need, justify the need for what you're asking for. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. But I want us to provide the base responsibility that we have. So, I want to make sure y'all understand that.
I get that.
I'm not trying to be an a-hole.
That's understandable, and from my perspective, and I have a fair amount of experience in disaster responses and large-scale responses, I was very surprised, like I said, he said we're having the first week I was here and I discovered things, you know, yes, your battalion chiefs and those folks are gonna handle the day-to-day responses, but when you get a large-scale event, which can happen, as you've seen, can happen here, whether it's hurricane, weather-related, or whatever, train crash, et cetera, it's all hands on deck. And to have the fire chief and the deputy chief responding in their own vehicle, I think is, for a lot of reasons, not wise.
Well, and I'm okay buying them a vehicle, but do we have to buy everything to run a command scene? Because we already determined we have 6 in the fleet that'll be tires on the road every day. We're looking at an additional 4. I have a hard time, we can use any of the captains and stuff like that to run command. If they're being passed down, they should be outfitted already. They've started here, they're getting here, they have the same equipment. That's if we buy
what we take out, and like I said, the cost of the BC truck is less than what we paid for the current ones, which would mean that we're going to reutilize some of the equipment that's in them. So,
sure, but what I'm trying to understand is, of the, let's say 8, let's say we did buy the chief and assistant chief vehicles. Mac made it, well, you might need all that. Well, you might.
What number? How we get to the 8?
We had 6, so 2 captains, 2 battalion chiefs, 1 captain, Corey Clanton's truck.
Theirs doesn't have a command box in the back. No,
So
he literally has 2 radios in his truck, and that's it, in an open bed.
What all's in the command box?
In the command box?
The whiteboard?
In the battalion truck, yes. We actually only have 2 of those.
So radios, accountability board, and what else?
We have 4 radios, 3 whiteboards, a computer, and a docking mount for our tablet.
Okay, 4 high band,
And they have
800.
Yeah,
Another-
2 of each.
Yes, 2 of each.
And they have large inverters on them in order to
Yeah, they have to handle the
charge radios and to maintain, you know.
Scene lights at the back, and equipment storage area.
Yeah.
And it's not uncommon for us to have 2 or 3 incidents that we really do need a command presence, where they've had 2 large incidents running at the same time, where the captain's at one and both battalion chiefs are on another. And the captain's running out of something that they don't have a command box or any extra radios, so they're having to pull people to come stand with them to use handhelds, so they can get enough channels to break out divisions.
And I obviously don't think that and my other folks may disagree with me, but I think maybe Chief Harper or Chief Arnold would agree. The chief, assistant chief, or deputy chief, whatever we're calling him, they don't have to have the entire same arsenal that the battalion chiefs have. I do think that there needs to be a place to put, I have to still have a set of bunker gear, period. And so I need to be able to put it somewhere and keep it out, out of the sun, be able to put it up, maybe have a radio or 2 and a place to put a map. So
It's a basic setup.
Yeah, a basic setup in those.
But here's another part of the conversation is that in creating continuity among the vehicles, in the event we have a fleet accident or a repair issue, those vehicles plug and play. They drop into the hole and they fill the space, they run the mission. And in the event you get a plane on the ground or some of these kinds of things where we have maybe multiple divisions, we may have, 5 divisions going of difficulties. Whoever is assigned to control that division, it's very helpful to have the things. And I kind of understand what you're saying, and we need to be frugal. I get that.
I just want to make sure it's absolutely necessary. And because my belief is we can save a lot more lives with boots on the ground and fire trucks to go save than we can
with that argument.
Yeah.
Boots on the ground without good command presence.
Yeah.
You know that.
So we have to give them.
And I just.
It all works.
Do we know what we currently spend on vehicle allowance? I'm sure Chief Smith gets a vehicle allowance, and then what does that figure look like
I get 500.
that we would be
We
saving?
did look at that.
It's around 25,000 a year.
Yeah, and this would alleviate a piece of that.
And how often do we expect these to be replaced?
I think you can't go by years, you have to go by miles.
Yeah, and I think maybe they're gonna be pushed out. Like, I would obviously,
Well, we bought those battalion trucks last year, right?
No, 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
Typically, Chief Smith's vehicle probably should last
6 years.
6, 7, 8 years,
Yeah.
depending on, I mean,
Yeah.
conferences and stuff. He's not gonna be driving every day.
Yeah, well, being used, yeah, I mean,
Now,
I see that,
battalion
you're but plugging it in, BC truck go down, he grabs that one.
yeah.
I see miles being put on it. We can pay per diem for 5 years, or 4 years, I'm sorry, you said 25 or 20? 25?
Total of all.
28,000 actually.
Oh, it's the total.
All allowances. I mean, I look at it and think about it the same way I do about the apparatus. We haven't even talked about fire stations. I mean, we've got a lot of needs across everything that we do. And our resources available are limited, so we have to take this one into consideration, just like we do all the rest of them. Whether we're gonna be able to do them all, I'm gonna harp on this today and more in the future, is that without some plan that says, this is how we're gonna do this, it makes these decisions much harder. I mean, because we're entering into a similar conversation like we had on that apparatus, right? So I would like to think we can make some semi-informed decisions today. I don't think that we're gonna be able to give you anywhere near what you want today. Once we get some information, we may be able to do a little bit more, but right now, looking at everything else we have, and I know that the next line item we come to is gonna be a big need, fire stations. I'm gonna say that at best, we're gonna be able to do 2 vehicles at best. I don't think that we're gonna be able
Well,
to.
that's why
I included a plan in my apparatus plan for BC trucks.
I haven't heard
More
anything
laid out,
from the
very
apparatus.
plain.
I think
have not seen that.
Commissioner Tommy, on a
Yeah,
bare
that's last
minimum,
night.
we need to get a chief, his vehicle and assistant chief. I mean, him going to conferences when all the other chiefs in the Metroplex and everywhere show up in their chief's vehicle and he's showing up in a green Dodge pickup. I mean,
It's embarrassing, isn't it?
It is, and those Mickey Mouse days, they need to be over. We need him to be in a vehicle that represents Smith County.
And for him to have to explain to the trooper on a major incident, I'm actually the fire chief. Or,
I'm not arguing which ones deserve, I'm just saying that out of the 4, I think that 2 is gonna be about the limit of what we do. Which 2 you guys select?
I think, and I think you're absolutely right, as far as that we do need more information for the board.
We'll figure it out.
Looking ahead, right now, we have, we've met, we've had conversations, the committee presenting what we have now. Moving forward, I'm gonna start this process in probably February.
Mike, I'm gonna tell you, we started this process before budget last year. And we're still asking for the same information, so I understand you're not here, you weren't here, but
I hear you.
we've asked for this and
We're gonna start this earlier and with the
my opinion is, you don't wait till February, you start tomorrow.
Well, yeah, the strategic plan is first, and then we'll work on that.
But right now, this is simply my recommendation, we're probably talking about 170, maybe 200,000, this line would be max. Okay.
Consensus?
Yeah.
Or does it change?
I cut it in half.
So, our next one is fire stations.
We did meet with me and yourself. We've had conversations, I think were very intense and good.
We gotta have a number on it.
So, I'll be brief. Our initial number was $3.7 million, and that was looking to build a new Morningside station, a new station in the northwest, and a remodel of, and I use that term loosely, actually, in addition to Winona number 3, to facilitate staffing in the Winona district initially. We prioritized that in our committee, which Mr. Conley is a part of, and we asked that Chief Smith and Mr. Madonna attend that because we wanted a total overall operational picture to make our decisions. And we prioritize obviously the Northwest, as that's going to be a new area that we desperately need to serve. And the land procurement, it sounds like has occurred. So we're looking at an extreme modular. We'll be delving off into this more, but we can basically complete that project at that location, estimated $1.5 to $1.6 million. We believe that we could do something similar to that at the Morningside area, but we prioritize Northwest as number 1, Winona 3 as number 2, with an estimated expenditure there of somewhere around $600,000 to $700,000, which brought us to around 2.2 million, and that is what our request is. We'd love to get to 3.7 and do all 3 projects. We had some pretty good conversation on the likelihood of that occurring with our current funding scenario and the other needs of the district. But those are our 2 priorities: Northwest, Winona 3.
If you don't mind, I cut in on this. The Northwest, or first off, where's Morningside again?
You know where Eastman is on the loop?
Yes.
He's right behind it.
Okay, that's right, we talked about this.
Yeah.
So, how do we see Northwest going? Do we see, because we've talked about that in multiple different ways. We've talked about the community forming a volunteer fire department and operating that. We've talked about part-time staff. We've talked about several different things. So how are we looking at this moving forward? Is it a Dixie Station 3? Yeah. Or, because I'm wondering why we're looking at spending $1.5 million on a station in the Northwest quadrant when we probably more appropriately should be spending on it. That was just a station? Just the building, not the equipment in it?
That's correct. We're not figuring.
I'm thinking more like $500,000 or $600,000, or I'm talking about like metal building with, kitchen and something, a smaller bullet without the brick. Is that not what are we going for up
Can
there?
I say something? You're not gonna get it for that
Yeah.
cost. I mean, you look at Winona 3, just by the time we get through architects and engineering costs, which we have to do by law, that $500,000 is gone.
Okay.
That's 6.
Yeah,
So what we looked at were, they found that, also, I was originally opposed to modular or prefabrication offsite, and they've actually found some very sturdy facilities that are built offsite. They have, they're basically 3 bedrooms. Each one of them has a little, I call a small ensuite to it, kitchen and 2 offices, kitchen / day area combination. And then the other expense to it is actually for the apparatus. These things are pre-plumbed, pre-wired, everything drop in. And basically,
If you look at Winona 3 station, that would be a perfect station on a smaller scale to do something like in the Northwest. It's a smaller scale station.
See,
No, we can't do a Winona 3. We're gonna have to actually make it bigger.
it's okay, I don't even know what 103 looks like. But what I'm trying to, we built ARPS Station 3. And I have no idea. That's what I had in my mind.
Y'all didn't build ARP Station 3. And that's why I saved y'all so much money.
Let me, and I apologize, I didn't mean it as weak. I took credit that we did, sorry. That's what I had more in mind for the Northwest getting started, because unless we're gonna staff it, I mean, we're building it to staff. So if we're gonna staff it immediately, then I'm
Well,
for.
that's
We've called it that.
That's it.
It's not on your list. I have personnel brought in as 4th guys at stations that we would ship up there in the event that it comes online before next budget.
Okay, sorry. I was looking at Bullard, Chapel Hill, Troop, White House.
So
And I didn't see.
we're envisioning it potentially taking that period of time for next budget year to get everything in place and that ready to open. So you would forego paying for personnel until the very end of the budget year. 4th guy's gonna move in if it opens before, and then in the following year you'd budget.
So
That's-
I'm good with that, if we're staffing it. I'd like to see a heat map on, should we staff Jamestown over, we're not far from there, you know, as far as if we staff 4 more. But, you know, I'd like to see if that's,
I think the conversation that we've had is the viability of a volunteer department in that area. And,
Yeah.
you know,
Also,
you can
yeah,
build a fire
large.
station and you can put a fire truck in it. The most important component of any service is the people, and we don't have it.
Well-
So, I mean,
And along that line, I got a comment to make too. You put a station up there and you get it manned eventually, and there's people and boots on the ground, then you can start working the community in trying to organize a volunteer group to come in there so that they can start organizing the department, putting in for grants, and try and get this, a lot of equipment from
I'll
Texas
take you to a
Forces.
steak dinner if that works.
Well, and
I will.
here's the thing, by having staff up there, it gives the people that are interested
A
in,
place
to go and have people to automatically engage with day in and day out, and to train them.
And it's gonna be key also, the lieutenants that you put up there that have a volunteer mentality, that know that they can help people try to organize the department.
Eric, do you know what we paid Benny Ola in van for
15,000. So
How
that'd be
much?
15,000 each, so that'd be 30,000 a year.
Just more back?
And that place has been underserved since the beginning, and you know that.
Yeah, no argument. People of Jamestown are just as important as any other part of our county. I just want to make sure that we're doing this in the best and most appropriate order. I have no opposition. Let's spend it. Let's build the station. And I would rather build a station now that facilitates staff and stuff for in the future. Sounds like the future's here, but you know, I'd rather build what we need now than trying to piecemeal one later, like we are doing in several of the stations here.
That's kind of been the conversation, is to get the property, build a station, and we're gonna have to staff it because we don't have the volunteers up there right now.
Yeah. Well, I
think there's some up there that would volunteer, but it's just gotta be formed.
all good answers to me. I'm fine with it.
There was, and I'll say some ad hoc decisions or discussions that I've heard about, heat maps and locations, people, and how we can different serve and everything. There's been a little bit of thought put into it. What we don't have is the plan, but in absence of it, everything that I've seen indicates we need to go up there.
Oh, yes.
Morningside, in my opinion, is probably gonna be more important than probably Wyoming 3.
Right.
Wyoming 3 was to facilitate personnel in Wyoming. We don't have.
Where's 103 at?
It's the one that's way out,
Almost
towards Lake Water.
271.
And I have a full thought behind this. So, we currently don't have anywhere to house crews in Winona at all. Like, we have nowhere for them to sleep. Winona Station 1 is gonna take significant work to get it to there.
It's just
One's
one's
downtown.
in Winona.
Yep.
2 is it?
UT, and we have potential property issues there if we invest a lot of money.
And I guess I really haven't been to the 3.
And 3
Oh,
is,
it's nice.
yes,
It's nice.
3 is the one that's out towards Gladewater.
Okay.
It's one of the last stations.
Yeah, it was.
Just before you get to Glenmore, where it goes back down
I
to.
had no idea, but
So my thought process over time is that we do Jamestown, we get it out of the way. We follow this, what I've presented staffing wise. If we get to that point, the only thing left would be Winona, so we get bunk rooms set up for them where we can have staffing there. Then from that point, once we get the Winona, or the Morningside property built, we would actually, in my overview of everything that I see as far as heat mapping, radiuses around fire stations and locations, where the calls are happening, what types of calls they are. We actually staff the Morningside station. We take the crew that's at the shop, we move them to Red Springs 1, and then we have the other crew out at Winona 3, and it basically creates a bubble of coverage that basically overlap each other throughout the entire, that portion of the county.
so it was 2.6 or 3.7.
2.2.
2.2 or 3.7.
Yeah,
And 2.2 gets us Jamestown
and a Winona 3.
and a Winona 3, and the 3.7.
Gets us all 3 projects. which is one on the three
Including
pointing
White
side.
Morning side.
2 new stations and a remodel.
But I think that's a big bite to chew. I think I'm very comfortable with the 2.2.
I think that's what we sort of came out of great conversation going, you know, this is possible. This is something we can more than likely do, and it does address some pretty significant needs identified.
So y'all ever think about just tearing that old wine on station down in town and putting one of those prefab buildings there? Or part of it, you might still could save the bays.
Well, we can see how much we like this.
I was gonna
prefab
say, I
building.
kind of of the opinion, which we hopefully can come back with some approval to make a little rundown and look at some of those. They're actually manufactured in Canada. Have a very reputable, situation on those. They're used in, Miami-Dade in Florida. And they're also used in Sturgis.
So they're not the little thin mobile home frames, subframes and exterior frame. I mean, they're real structural steel bases. All the plumbing, everything, that's what everything's all integrated into it. The outside shell is a, almost container type thickness. And then internal furnishings are all washable, sanitizable and everything. To me, it's not those little portable job sites that you're saying. This is,
What was our cost for a new site-built station versus, I expect it to be cheaper for modular, but how much cheaper?
So we based it off of the ARP and Flint conversations, which were roughly 2.5 right now.
But those were extravagant for what we're thinking for the Northwest, correct?
Oh, yeah. What we're looking at is a, I don't want to say small, but I will say that it's, what are the total dimensions, 28 by 70?
something like that.
Yeah. And it's not an immense space or anything, but it's comfortable. And the neat thing about it too is each individual sleeping quarters has its own bathroom. Has a nice general area, TV room, whatever, great kitchen, with room for 3 refrigerators, 3 food lockers, you know, the shift conversation. You got a great janitorial closet, laundry area. It has an entry point that looks nice. And everything that I've looked at on these, I mean, it just looks like a really industrial type, modern, nice firehouse.
The 1.6 is inclusive of the building and the apparatus structure. So that's not just.
So base.
Yeah, it includes the base and slab and everything. So you're talking 1.6 versus 2.5.
Right, I just want to make sure that Flint is not twice the building that this is, because if it is, we can shave off $1 million and have a site built. But I trust that y'all did that, so I'm just asking
the
the
other aspect of
question.
this, and particularly moving east, we've had a lot of conversation about this, the East Texas Hourglass, as they call it, the 49 loop extension going east. As that moves in the next 10 to 20 years, our center of population and potential service delivery is going to migrate to where that is. So building something that's, you know, expected 30, 40-year life, like, you know, building a $2.5–3 million fire station in an area that may very well be obsolete in 15 years doesn't make a lot of sense to us. So the modular conversation is something that actually was initially mentioned in the ESCI document, and we thought that that had a lot of traction. So we jumped on kind of investigating what's out there. Some of the first things we found were basically trailer houses, and we didn't want to do that. But we found this, and it's very fitting, and it gives us maneuverability. Honestly, if we own the piece of property, we build the bays, and we set this modular in there, and we make the determination in 10 years or something that we need to be in a different area, we can pick those components up and move them, sell the property with a shop, and probably recoup some of our money.
Well, and with that argument though, 49's already to the northwest and it hasn't done what we expect to the northeast. All that to say, I'm not really trying to argue, I promise. I'm just trying to understand.
You also have real estate purview, okay? You've got expertise there, so I see where you're coming from on that, but.
We'll just quit building in the north and build them all in the south and we'll be fine. That's what, if we're gonna go based on real estate and growth. But, you know what I'm trying to say.
You know, I personally viewed 2 of these modular fire stations previously. I was actually impressed because at first I thought, oh, they're mobile homes, it's, you know, but they're designed as a fire station.
Well, and, yeah,
They're nice and
I have no knowledge, never been in one, never seen one, so I just wanna make sure.
they don't look like a mobile building.
Yeah.
They look, I mean, when you see them sitting there, you're like, wow, that's a stick-built building, that's not. So.
All right, let's rock on, 2 point.
Now, the question was, you know, so you plug a number into the budget, or we've had conversations about, does it come out of contingency funds?
Plug into the budget for right now, and we'll see what we got to fund from where
Okay.
at the end of the process.
If you get a grant for the funding, then we can move that into reserve and use it for what we need.
That's a good point. I'm working on, I'm gonna be applying for a lot of grants, and anything that if I do get a grant, we'll just take our budget stuff and.
So put in 2.2 million and notated Northwest and Winona 3, is that correct?
As the two locations that look like is Northwest,
Yeah.
Jamestown and Plano Creek.
Matt, we noticed Johnny and I rode that area out up there.
Northwest and Jamestown.
They're already building
Yes.
$1 million home additions all up through those backwoods up there. We're seeing them all over the place up there.
Yeah, they're building them up here, they already exist everywhere else.
Yeah, well,
But
They're buying that property because there's nothing up there.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I'm not trying to neglect them at all. I want to get them covered. So.
Halfway through page 3.
I bet y'all will forget to call me next time and remind me that there's a meeting.
Just a quick comment, by the way, do you want to order lunch in?
Okay.
Or what's your thoughts on that? Or,
What's that?
just a comment, do you want to, order lunch in? Something along those lines?
If you order lunch in, you'll be here till 4 o'clock this afternoon. If I don't feed you, you'll be gone at 2.
No, if you don't feed me, I'll be gone at 1 or 12:30.
Whatever y'all want to do.
It's just throwing that out there.
I don't have a position to order.
No, we even have to make it quick order. That is going to be.
Well, I tell you, all right, if we're not gonna eat, let's just take a 5-minute break, let everybody use the restroom, and then come back, okay? How about that?
Information technology, equipment, capital.
Cut it off.
Okay.
ITJ 322.
So back last year, you had a good program out in front of us, and we facilitated quite a bit of it. I know that we left some of the stuff off.
Yes.
We didn't fund. How much of that request this year is?
90% of it. So the only thing is, so everything that was not approved last year is back in this request this year. We've already made some cuts internally. So you still see those on here, but we'll kind of go over that here in a minute. They're not all reflective of the actual request. The big change this year is the addition of those handheld radios that facilitates the additional staff that we're adding. So I will say one way to cut that number a little bit would be to allow us to put some teeth into the active volunteer number and start pulling back some of the radios that are issued to volunteers that aren't active. That would be huge. Now we have that in the policy, but we haven't been able to put teeth in it because one of the things that's in the policy is the chiefs can still say yes or no, right? So that would be one way, but we do have additional positions that we've allocated in this budget that we need to provide those radios.
Do you have any idea, Larry, what that number, how much that would adjust if the teeth were there?
That number could be gone if the teeth were there.
The 247 could be gone?
Yes.
Can I just give a quick overview of this particular page here? So the 669 that flows into the budget here is simply the 201 plus the subtotal 2 here, 467. So Larry started here with the 835, which includes all of these. The first cut was to bring it down to this level here, and now we're all the way here, which only includes these. To general monitoring is the last one, and that then forms 669.
Generator monitors,
Yes.
remote generator monitor.
Oh, sorry.
And what monitoring is in, we know they're working kind of thing?
Yeah, so that generator monitoring system would tell us fuel levels on tanks that have actual fuel. We'll use ultrasonic meters on the ones that have propane. But it would also tell us the ATS status, and when it's doing self-checks, it will record that it's running, and we know when the self-check times are. So if it doesn't self-test, we'll know that it did not fire, and we'll know that ATS held. It'll also do, on some of the generators, it will monitor oil levels, temperature, coolant temperature, the whole bit. So it just depends on the generator that's sitting down there, but on all generators, we'll be able to at least know whether they're firing at their scheduled time or not.
So as far as fuel goes, we've started a remote monitoring as well. And so if that is implemented, then, or because it is, we know when fire stations, hospitals, we go get those folks first.
That would be great. I'm not sure where all of our propane is.
It's a mix, but yeah.
This really isn't so much of the fuel as much as we have constant issues with when the power fails, the generator doesn't kick. Well, the reason it didn't kick is it's been needing service for a while, but there's nobody monitoring them. And so this will allow us to monitor them through IT, through our existing network infrastructure. So it's actually a pretty inexpensive project all in all.
You want to speak to some of the other ones here?
The radio firmware upgrade is, IT took on the radio management after the radios were purchased. So we didn't have much input into the way that the radios were specified. One of the problems is, one option that was left off on there is a ability to update the firmware and the programming on those radios remotely over Wi-Fi. This would allow us, now we still have to touch the radios once a year, but anytime any kind of change is made, we can deploy those, and as soon as the radio comes into our Wi-Fi network, it would update. It would also phone home and tell us information about the batteries and stuff like that. So that one's very important for us to get, and in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big of a project. But the handheld radios is really what I want to talk about first, because we can make some significant cuts there if we decide to. It's really going to depend on what the board wants to do. If we want to continue providing everybody with a radio, or if we want to start scaling back to where we have the policy in place that says what active is, if we're gonna start following that policy, or if we're gonna continue to be lenient on that. Can I have mixed emotions about both?
I don't know why we have a policy if we don't abide by it, but I'd like to hear from the volunteer chief in the room, Mac.
Do what?
Uh-huh.
Overton has no water right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you get that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I knew it before y'all did, because we're under a boil water hose.
Back on.
Teeth in the radio policy, handheld radio policy.
Yes.
I mean, right now, the chiefs have, leniency. So what?
Veto authority.
Yes, in determining,
Who has radios, who doesn't have radios.
and we have an active volunteer policy that states you have to do this, this, and this to maintain this level and receive these items. So if we go and yank these away from volunteers that aren't making the 10%, and I'd really like, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mel, I really want you hearing this as well. No, you're fine. Y'all are just our two volunteer chiefs. We're talking about sticking teeth. We have a policy that says you have to maintain this level of activity to be considered active. We can wipe out $250,000 by taking away radios from personnel that don't meet
Non-active.
the active status.
How many do you take away to wipe out that 247, all of them?
What is that number? How many is 247?
I'd have to go back and look. I think it's roughly 36.
36.
36 radios.
Right now, everybody gets rid of it, right?
Yeah.
Right, so I don't know why we have a policy.
So
we
what
don't
would
follow
happen
it.
if we scale back on the page and we just put 3 at each station?
We've already been through that.
One per seat?
We've already been through that from a radio committee meeting. We've had that nailed down, and it's that way for quite a few reasons. I mean, we can rehash all of that, but that's why the policy's been passed.
Well,
I'm
we
just asking.
need to get rid of that mentality that, well, I've got 40 people on my department. I don't have 40, but I've got 5 or 6 that consistently show up.
Right.
So yes.
I mean, would
So what I
y'all,
would
would either
like to-
one of you have a problem if we said, if today we said, go get your radios for people that don't meet this? What would happen?
Well, and another thing, instead of having, I mean, I can have 32 people, we talk, since I'm a paid state, if the 3 guys are out on a call, I can have 30 people show up at the fire station, and each one of them have their own radio, but if I don't have 32 seats of apparatus, doesn't really do it. So, something to look at, maybe instead of each person having their own personal radio, have that apparatus. Have a
We've looked at
radio
that,
assigned
but
to
the problem
that
is that then you don't hear volunteers that are responding to the station. We're gonna get into a committee meeting on the equipment committee, which is why we have the equipment committee. What I'm looking at here is, do we want to start enforcing the policy, or do we want to start purchasing more radios? Because that's our choice.
Can the volunteers not show that they're en route to the station on response faster?
They can, and they do.
So why do we need a radio saying that?
Here we go.
My comment on what you're saying is I've already cut mine down as much as I can. Only my main responders have a new radio, and my ones that are coming on get one of the old radios, so that they have some way of communicating. Now, that's not perfect, but right now it's working. I've only got 16 people on my roster, so who's got so many people?
We've got a few, and we also have people that have 0 runs for a year, or 2 runs in the year. If we can just put the teeth in the policy, we can get by this year without purchasing any additional.
What about if we hire new employees, don't need radios for that?
We can pull those back in for people that aren't responding, that's my point.
Okay. And then if you have a volunteer that comes a couple times a month, they can get a pager.
They have, yes.
They already have pagers.
They get to the
Well,
station,
you
they
also
get on the
gotta take
station
into
radio,
consideration,
inform them
too,
that they're at the station.
some of these
What
guys
do I need to
are
do?
But as far as knowing.
Then if they get
the
it,
whole
fix
field
that
they're going
apparatus.
to for the rest of the time, so
Because they're
they
going
might
as
not
far
make
as
that
knowing
ten
that there's a
percent
call,
just
they-
because of the way they work, but they make the calls when they.
But are they worth the money? Is it worth that money? If you look at the overall, I understand that, that's a whole nother, from the active committee standpoint. But at a certain point, you get to the point where the equipment and the liability and the insurance and everything else we pay on somebody isn't worth the productivity that they're providing. And that's a whole nother conversation.
I think the chiefs keep up with those calls, the guys aren't coming
I
and
mean,
report that to
they
us.
can, but we have that information.
Yeah.
I mean, that information is readily available to us. What I'm asking is for direction on, either we need to fund these, or we need to start pulling some back.
Well, what he's saying is the chiefs have the ability to override him, and most of them are overriding him, and the guys are still not making the calls.
Well,
Well, we haven't started pushing it. I mean, we can start pushing it, but
well, and that whole question of active volunteer is also being examined in other procedures that we're talking about as, besides radios. We've talked about the volunteer retirement program. You're gonna have to come up with an active list based on criteria. So it's not, I think that the issue is gonna correct itself because of these other programs as well. The volunteer chiefs are going to, for multiple reasons,
We're gonna have to
edit their
enforce
list.
it anyway.
Yeah,
So
and edit
here's-
their list, and that'll trickle down to helping with radios.
here's what I'm proposing, is that instead of doing this purchase of $247,000 worth of radios this year, so we start putting teeth in it, we start putting teeth in it slowly. When we need a radio and we're out of radios, we go to the bottom of the list on the responses, and we take that person's radio and we reallocate it to the new position or the new individual. And we do that consistently. Not that we have to go through and say, you're not active, you're not active, you're not active, and just take radios willy-nilly based on the policy, but we use that policy to drive the inventory availability.
And if you have say you got 5 new volunteers sign up, you've got enough pagers to allocate.
Well, to
Well,
be honest
we
with you,
will
that's-
once we get this
What
inventory.
you're talking about would actually help us too. It'd help us save face with our volunteers and let them know, say, look, I told you to be active, or you're gonna get your crap taken away from you.
The ESD did this, they're evil
Larry-
people.
It is.
They're
It's
evil
Larry.
It's Larry's fault.
But
Now,
Larry's
I'm-
fault.
I'm used to
I
it.
got you, I'm good with it.
So I'm a little on the other side of this, and Brent reels me in when I'm too much, but I don't think that's fair. Because you come take my radio and I want to be there, and I hadn't run any calls. Well, Johnny's not making the minimum. Why didn't you take his?
Well.
If
I'm
we
gonna-
go
I'm
based
gonna
on
say
the
this.
minimum, you're gonna have 90 people that have equipment issues out of 300-ish.
I mean, we've got to enforce it on the travel to A&M also. We're paying for people to go to A&M, that's only 10%.
I think that we implemented a minimum policy for a reason. Why we haven't enforced it up until this date is beyond me. I think that wipes out a lot of problems instantly.
It gave,
That's a whole-
because we gave the veto option, we gave the chiefs
Yeah.
the ability to override.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we get into the scenario of this guy works in the oil field, and I'm gonna use your scenario.
Yeah, right.
That's
Well-
great, but if he only makes 3 calls a year, is that fiscally wise to outfit that firefighter? And is he receiving adequate training to know what we're up to, SOPs,
And I was using
SOPs?
that one, he's at a low call volume station, it might wind up that way, but say somebody, if he works at the oil field in Chapel Hill, runs 1,000 calls a year, he's probably gonna make.
But his
it's a
percentage is driven by that.
Yeah, it's a 10% of the low call volume.
Guys, the simplest thing is,
Right.
the chiefs only have veto power when there's extra equipment.
Right.
We have so much equipment, and we need this equipment for these permanent and active people, and you only get to assign it to somebody that's inactive if I have the equipment available to you. Now you get to enforce your rules, and you also give that guy the power to go and give somebody one if he thinks he's really important.
And it's understood that it's the first one pulled should we need it.
That's right, you're,
So-
that
So
person
how
is
many-
off the threshold.
Fees we're talking about.
What's that?
Is this the tower fees, the fees to?
No, this is actual
This is
equipment,
just buying radios.
physical
How
equipment.
many of the old radios are still viable for somebody that's learning?
Maybe 20%, but that's what I need to work towards, is replacing those.
Okay.
We
How
have
many
to get
spare radios
towards
we have, Larry?
actual of the new ones or the old ones? Because there's a
How many
difference.
spare radios we have of the new ones that we bought?
One.
We
I have
got
one
to
in
get
inventory.
out of that mentality that everybody needs a
Everybody
radio.
got any
It's
assigned
every
out
seat.
anywhere
This
besides
is the
the
only
county?
department that I know in Longview, Dallas, Houston, that every member has a radio.
Longview does. Longview, that every person has a radio.
Even if you do seats, you're at the same amount of radios, but you have no accountability on the
Well,
radios.
could
No, you
you,
wouldn't be, because you got 3 shelves per department. You put them on
He's
seats.
saying seats and apparatus.
Simplest solution today is, you don't get $247,000,
Thank you.
and we're gonna get radios to supply based on.
I second.
Whatever's necessary.
There we go.
Here we go.
There, we can do that.
I think one voice now.
Well, that's my opinion. That would be my recommendation. I have to put it on here. I've got to ask for the funding, so I can do my job. But at the same time, if you will back me on pulling back inventory when we need it, based off the policy, then we don't need this right now. Now, I'm not telling you that next year we don't come back and say we need this,
Radios, yeah.
but
could you also put, as a bridge, in an active station, not just every single station in the land, but, a charger bank with 3 or 4 spare radios?
there's already a charger bank with 1 spare radio per station.
Okay, but.
Now, here's my issue. We've already had this happen. We've already lost radios from those.
Unless
because
they have
there's no accountability.
GPS, we can't do
They're,
that.
they're not traceable?
It is when it turns on, but it's not on. And so we've already lost a $6,500 radio because it's not assigned to an individual.
I understand. So.
And this isn't a career department where we only have career individuals that are held to that professional standard. And the problem is that nobody's looking at that to make sure it exists. So when that radio walks off, it's not reported for weeks. So until we get to where there's consistency and there's somebody maintaining we can't operate like that.
Do they wear these radios in an interior tech?
Yes.
So it is safe to say that anybody who's qualified to make interior tech, paid or volunteer, needs to have one to suit up and go inside the building.
Yes.
So we need to make sure somehow that happens.
It's in the 10% rule for the volunteer side.
If they're not making the calls, then
Right.
regardless of whether they're entry or not,
Yeah.
and if all they're doing is making 1 call, 5 calls a year, then I go back to the argument, this is another conversation. Are they trained? I know that, yes, they've made interior capability, but
they're
from a
showing
training
once a
standpoint,
year.
are they up to the protocols and what we're dealing with?
And again, those other programs we're working on, I think is gonna help filter that. It's gonna help the volunteer chiefs filter that, where they say, hey, you didn't meet the criteria for active, so you don't get a radio this year.
Well, I get the volunteer. If I go to Noonday right now and walk in that station, there's 6 radios that are hanging in people's lockers that are paid. That's a waste of money. Why not have that radio assigned to that apparatus? Basically, you go in, a driver says, okay, at shift change, here's your radio, put a fresh battery on it.
So the career people that are assigned to radio individually right now, does that radio go home with them?
Yes.
So-
And again, we're getting into a whole other conversation that's really outside the scope of this. The reason that was done is because we do a lot of callbacks.
Right.
And so if
That's
all you
fine.
have is their radios that are assigned to the apparatus, when you call those people in, they have no radio.
Can you not have a $100 pager versus a $6,500 radio? to call
How are
them
they,
back?
how are they gonna?
Phone in.
Yes,
Not for this meeting.
agreed.
Well, I do have a question though about that though. You did factor this into the positions you're fixing to hire? We're
Yes.
gonna use the callback?
We have plenty of radios to take from if we start from the bottom of people that are not active that would cover those positions. Yes,
Reallocate resources.
that's exactly it.
Makes sense.
You guys want to look at some of the other items here?
The
For the
hardware
item?
upgrade, I'm okay with. The
Okay.
IT truck,
IT truck, $72,000.
You wanna talk about that one?
yes, sir.
Okay, so what we're looking for here is a high top van, something that we can keep our inventory and supplies in, that will reduce the amount of time that it's taken us to resolve issues. One of the problems that we have is you think something's one thing remotely diagnosing it, you get out there, we drive 40 minutes across the county, realize, nope, it's not the thing we thought, we gotta drive all the way back to a facility to pick it up, and drive all the way back out there. We also waste a lot of time just loading and unloading stuff from personal vehicles. What we're looking to do is outfit that with all the equipment that we need, and that's the truck that we take on site.
Parts and tools.
We do a lot of on-site work.
Did you get by with a used vehicle?
Good, we can
It's in
find
good
one.
shape?
Yeah. What we're wanting though is a high top van. I mean, we're gonna have to carry a lot of equipment, a lot of inventory. We need something that has, you know, ladders, and
Need something like an old ambulance.
we've been down that road for years.
Full panel truck, brake
Yeah.
truck, that kind of a
Yes.
utility box.
Now, the one that we have spec'd out, also has capability of towing the tower trailer. So when that needs to get deployed.
We've got plenty of trucks.
The problem is, most of the time, they're doing something else. So, right now, the way that it has to happen is normally we have to go to White House and pick up the command vehicle and then drive down there to hook it up. So it's a lot of moving parts. The main reason for this is to allow us to keep inventory and have all of our equipment ready to go.
Parts and tools.
Yeah. We gotta have the proper tools to do our job with.
The workstation replacement is just an ongoing replacement.
So this is something that we did not fund last year. We still have computers here that are in use that have been here longer than I have.
Is that what you imagine on the high?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to Google it.
About 15 years.
No, I mean, we have computers that are 10 years old, workstation computers.
What's the email archiver?
So we are starting to hit on our email solutions, where we're starting to hit some storage caps on our databases with the amount of email that we have stored, retention requirements. This email archiver will offload that off of our Exchange server. It's a piece of hardware, basically, that allows us to back that up. We'll also we get a lot of open records requests. We'll make that a lot simpler for us to comply with.
Office upgrade?
It is our Microsoft Office suite, and we could maybe reduce that a little bit based on what users we give that to, but it's not going to make a substantial difference.
What version are we on now?
We are on
2016, is it?
Yeah, some of us are on 16, and some of them are the year prior. So, yeah, there.
We need to upgrade.
We do need to upgrade.
And then generator monitoring.
Generator monitoring, we've already talked about.
And
So,
that
and in the $200,000 there, that's IT equipment, those are what we must do. So I like to give y'all in the projects what we can choose to do, and then over in the IT equipment is things that we must do. Those are things like replacing the tablets and the plan that we've already created where we do 50% per year. This will be the first year we're actually able to then auction those tablets back off where they still have useful life. So those are things like gas detectors and pagers based on how much we normally replace in pagers. So in the 200,000 is the standard operating, what we must have, and then what you're looking at in the capital spreadsheet is optional projects that need to get done at some point.
I think the only thing I'd say that we're talking about the IT truck, that bid quoted two ways. One is fit for purpose. The other way is, as a secondary, to tow that vehicle, let us know what we're potentially would spend to be able to do that. Fair enough?
For the tow package? So, okay.
And we're talking same van, just one has a hitch under it, one doesn't?
Correct. Well, I mean, it's probably a little bit beefier engine, if I remember.
Transmission cooler.
Yeah.
Tow package.
Tow package.
The full, okay.
I don't think it'll be that much of a difference, but, so in that cost is also outfitting the van. Ladder racks, shelves, everything we need, so.
I don't have any other questions about it.
Well, that brought it down significantly
Yes, actually lower than.
last year.
Let's,
Which one do you want to talk about?
is that, in there. Where did we put the dash cam? Do you remember?
I got a question on the 54-220, the telephone service. We spent 28 and we're only budgeting 12 for next year.
Yes, sir. That was part of the accomplishments for this year, is we are migrating the telephone system to an in-house system. And I actually think that number's gonna be about half of that. I actually think we'll come in about 6,000, but I still have a couple of unknowns so we need to get a year. So I'm increasing it 50%. So.
Now you're increasing it 100%.
Yeah, well, you're right. I am. I'm doubling what I think it's gonna cost,
Yeah.
because I'm not 100% sure we may have some overages.
Why don't we make it, I don't know, $8,000, $9,000?
Okay.
Instead of 12?
Yeah. So I'll take 8. He didn't select one, so I'll select the low one.
He put 9,000. No, I think we'll be good there. So what we did is we currently have a phone system from Nextiva. We migrated that in-house. It's a lot of our calls are internal, and so we're no longer paying for those. Those are staying internal.
Yeah. So $38,000 for the technology providers, they're just new subscriptions?
Yes, there should. So I think that's where the dash cam. So
Subscriptions right below it, right?
Mr. Donna, you asked us
Right.
6 months ago to do a feasibility study into dash cams and fleet telemetrics. And we have done that, and we've done 2 trials on that. We're in process with now. We're pretty happy with one of them. And so in this cost is, or in our budget, is outfitting and doing that project, which would be dash cams, what we would call tattletales, and fleet telemetrics, providing engine diagnostics and other information back live on.
That's in the 172.
Is that right? I think so.
Which is this picture?
Is that there?
When did we talk about doing that?
No, I think that's in the technology provider.
After we look into it, they said
Yes.
some people that would offer no cost to us, just to see what type of information that we can gather from it.
Yeah.
And then we gotta do the, I'll say benefit analysis to it. Say, is it worth spending the money to get the information? We didn't know what information to collect from us.
Right.
So what type of information, Larry, have you been able to recover from? And then how's it, I mean, what we're talking about is how do we pay for it? I mean, how do we justify?
So
it?
we've also reached out to the insurance to see if there'd be any kind of reduction in the insurance premiums. They don't think there will be. Obviously, if we have a claim, it'd make things easier to deal with. What we're actually looking at here in this solution, and that is in the 54-240. That's in the technology provider's other. We put in the dash cams. He's got it labeled off in column L there.
Okay.
What we were able to see is, one, we can get real-time speed information and alerts. We can customize those based on whether we're running emergent priority or not. We can loop into it's got relay inputs. Okay. So we can tell whether they're running lights and sirens or not. And we can set parameters based on those. So we can say they need to be doing the speed limit when they're not. They can do 10 over when they are, and we can get flagged on information like that. We can tell aggressive driving behaviors. You have a forward-facing dash cam that's looking exterior. It looks at things like, are you running red lights? Are you stopping far enough back from the line? Are you making aggressive lane changes? Then you have a rear-facing camera that's facing the driver. It's looking for distracted driving. Are you using cell phones? Those kind of things. So the AI actually provides flags to us immediately when that occurs, and we can review those footages. The one that we're looking at has quite a bit of storage time available. It's basically a year's worth of video recordings available to us at any point, and it's constantly recording. So this would be beneficial on large fires. We could actually pull footage from that for training and arson investigation and the like. The other component of this is, because that was the real request, the other portion of this is, along with that, we're getting fleet telemetric data. We're getting error codes, we're getting real-time fuel consumption, we're getting anytime there's any sort of fault in the system, we're getting that, as well as oil temperature, mileage, engine hours, runtime, GPS coordinates. So we could start over time to build up statistical information on what that vehicle is costing us to run, and start seeing degradation in service long-term on needing to get that in for preventative maintenance. So there's a lot of data involved with it.
So we're,
So how much is the storage deal for this?
It's basically 1 year worth of storage.
I mean, how much does it cost? for
It's
that?
it's a little less than,
Is it the 31 here?
yeah, $31,000 a year, and that's for all of our apparatus. So the price is really not that bad for what you're getting.
so what prompted me to start looking at this, the company I work for, we drive millions of miles a year. And we've implemented this there. And what we've seen is almost a 40% reduction in motor vehicle accidents, at-fault motor vehicle accidents. We still don't have control of other people, but we have data that says that based on the observations, which changes the behavior, which reduces motor vehicle accidents.
And the command vehicle?
We talk about wanting to keep our people safe. One way to keep our people safe is to make them aware of when they're unsafe behaviors. And this isn't a tool to terminate Mac because he ran a red light. This is a tool to help inform them on these are the behaviors that we see. And that's why we've used it. I mean, there's not been a single person that's lost driving privileges or anything with the system. It really is a learning system that you can start going back in and, like you say, recovering some of the information. I can almost guarantee you that we have a high percentage of looking at those. No matter what we all say, I'm just as guilty as everybody else sitting in the ring. We'll look at it. And whenever we quit looking at them, then our incidents go down. So that was, for me, that was my purpose of asking to look into what would it take for us to implement something similar here. Because, I mean, I have the data that says there's value to it. It's just a matter now, what would it actually cost us to do it, so.
And really, I was surprised in how low that cost came in.
So these cameras for the outside too.
We have a policy on.
Yes, it's forward facing and rear facing.
Right, we have a policy about how it all works and all that stuff.
So there is I'm not gonna call it your policy, because, I mean, it's, the vehicles are installed in our vehicles,
Yeah,
and it's a learning tool, teaching tool.
right.
So it's not a tool for, disciplinary action, so there's not a policy around if you run 3 red lights and you lose your driving credit. That's not, so if that's not what we use it for. I don't think that's really what we're
So
use it
can I
for.
say, we
have
already
these-
call it a collision on video.
Yeah, I was about to say, we have these on our vehicles, and when they first came out, everybody's like, oh my gosh. But when you have that vehicle wreck, and it's not your fault, and it
Right.
becomes his word versus his word, $31,000 saves you from a lawsuit.
Oh, there's no
Well,
problem about that, I just wanna make sure we're not trying to use it the wrong way.
No.
Well, being they're in there, that probably prevents them from doing it in the future. too.
I'm curious
it
what
does
the wrong
reduce-
way is.
Well, I mean, like you said, if somebody runs a red light 3 times.
If we have a policy
I know.
against it,
They need to be terminated.
if we have a policy
Right,
against it, then
3 times.
yes, we use it that way.
Yeah.
But if we don't, if we're okay with them running red lights, then we don't run a policy.
But do these devices also detect hard braking?
Yes.
What it does, it
Yes.
causes you-
And we're probably dealing with, right now, on average, 5 to 12 a
You know
day
it's there and they-
notifications off the existing systems.
And I think that's what we're talking about, Matt, is they'll detect hard braking or things of that nature. It measures G-force if you swerve or.
You usually go back through another training
So,
class if
yeah,
you're
it's an
driving the wrong way.
you should use it as an education to modify the behavior so they become a better driver.
So you,
If somebody has 6 hard brakings today, you don't terminate for that. You say, hey, are you aware you're hard braking, which is hard on our equipment, and let's see if you
so
can do a
you've
little
already
better.
got like 12 reports a day, and how many do we have?
2.
Yeah,
So there's
it does
quite a
happen, and now somebody's,
But it's
you know,
not
doing
over.
100
We
miles
haven't
an hour
set
for a
any
red light, that's
parameters yet.
different
That's a
story.
different story.
Well, right.
And then that should be dealt with.
Well, I mean, so like you said, we're running hot,
They're just in the
do our
detail.
guys run through a red light without slowing down, or do they slow down and stop and then proceed on, or
And
whatever?
that's a whole nother conversation, and we can customize, this solution, we can customize it, whether we're running priority or whether we're not, based on inputs. So if they've got the emergency lights activated, we can adjust the parameters.
My argument is this is a data gathering tool.
Yeah.
That's all it is. We can use it however we want to. I'm all for the purchase.
Yeah. So to know, this is a 3-year commitment to get this price. So we're paying by year. So this is year 1 of a 3-year commitment, same price every year.
Price doesn't go up.
The price does not increase for 3 years.
And Larry, which vehicle, I'm sorry, which vehicles are all in these going in?
These would be every vehicle we got. Once we hit 100, we have a significant price reduction. So when you start looking at putting them in all the primaries versus just going ahead and outfitting everything, the cost isn't that much increased.
When you say all vehicles, apparatus,
Command vehicles, everything that's got keys in it.
Grass trucks.
Grass trucks, command vehicles, engines, tenders, ladder, support vehicles.
Field fire.
Okay.
Won't go with dozers or side.
Actually, the 3 dozers, there's a different type. It's quite a reduced volume cost, but it does do GPS tracking on those. So if one of those were stolen,
Yeah.
or it's also does that DD9 pins on? No,
They're too old.
Okay, so we can hook it up through relays on measuring certain things that's important to Mike.
You know, put one.
So you say it's got GPS on it, like you got logs or something you can find?
Yes,
Well, if somebody stole one of those from us, they'd be pretty talented.
that would be.
It happened.
Get it off the truck.
Fire,
Get it off the truck.
fire trucks get stolen
Yeah.
every week.
Well, if it keeps you out of litigation, I mean, it pays for itself and it's,
Again, I have no opposition to it.
yeah.
Well, then moving on from that, there's also a printer lease. I've been asked to get a larger, more capable printer for admin. Looking at the return, it's about 7 years for us to break even versus leasing. I think lease is a better option for the admin printers. Still purchasing printers for the stations, but due to our volume and our printer need at admin, leasing those printers at admin. What we'll do is we'll take the printer that we currently own that's at admin and shift it to the operations center at Flint. That will give us a high-speed printer for developing IAPs and stuff. Last time during Snowmageddon, we actually loaded that up and transported it over there. So this would give us a solution in the operations center.
Portable, is it?
Not really.
Very portable, very much.
Everything is portable.
Slide it on the wall.
Roll to the 172, which is this box here.
That's a lot of our subscription stuff, right?
Yes.
That's included in that we must 200 and something.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part. So, for instance, there's a new one in here that's AD Manager. That's actually going to integrate our UKG component that we just purchased with our back-end systems. That's an integration requirement to get everything to flow properly. But other than that, everything's pretty much the same as last year. We're increasing our Adobe utilization as well.
Sherry's UKG, she loves so much.
Yeah. Your friend.
I don't have any question on the rest of it.
You know, Sherry's like, take that out.
Slides and
Well, not at this point. You know, it's torpedo it.
What is the big jump here from 126 to 172?
It's UKG and Adobe, and yeah, it's just a mix of.
Everybody ready to move on?
Yeah.
The question came up earlier about the bookkeeping and the VFD audits. It's right here.
that was your question about,
Yes, that was about the 990s and
yeah.
all the other, and all of it's charged.
Where's our food here, guys?
You know,
Maybe back on track.
So, yeah, the next one is the office supplies. We budgeted 10, we spent 33, and we're asking for 12.
Is that the, is that the,
2001.
is that the one for just admin? Is that where that one comes out of? Because I think,
Pens, file folders, staplers, copy printer paper,
And other,
and others. I could understand maybe $6,000 there, but I have a hard time understanding the basis for 12.
yeah, and everything that Charlie sent me.
He did not address this particular
he
line
did not
item.
address this one.
No.
So then cut it down to 5 and let's move on.
yeah.
So,
I mean, if you can't, if you don't submit something and not justify it.
and manage to your budget. I mean, it's just-
Now, what, is that for every station, or is that just at? I don't know.
I think that's just the admin. I'm trying to remember, there was some other place that I saw.
Station supplies, runs, I guess, for what?
That may be for the
That may be
stations.
the entire
That may
district.
be all
Maybe
of
for
it.
everything, everybody?
But still, we spent $3,300 last year.
Yeah.
Whether it be for everything or just for the office.
Oh, lunch is here.
Cut it down to 5, is that what we're saying?
Then the next line out of it, 28.7 versus what we spent at 25 this year total.
Yeah, that's already been reduced from 57 to 50.
Yeah, I'm okay with the questions on that one.
Utilities.
Utilities, I mean, I can understand that, well, our utility costs are going to go up. We'd like to do additional people there 24 hours. I don't have an issue with that.
And water utilities either. And Tyler's supposed to go up on their prices again.
Yeah, I think we're saying that we have a 40% increase in it. Is that really justifiable, or is that, but if we think it will build in not only the additional utilization, but the cost increase?
Well, if we happen to get an extra station online or something, yeah, those utility costs might be.
And added staffing.
Yeah.
All right, so this next one, we got a revised estimate.
Yes, Eric, do you have his, did you put in his current new requests or not? Based on what he
Yeah,
said?
he's a little bit further down.
Okay.
This one was not addressed either.
Did he not address this with you when he came in and sat with you?
No, the big adjustment that Trody submitted was all the way down here.
okay. I have a
The
document.
negative 100,000 here Trody reduced, and he submitted a detail where it only came in this morning. That's why it's not incorporated.
Yeah.
But he has committed to cut 490 from all his requests.
Okay, so I'm just looking at office and station fixtures. And first one we have is tables and chairs, 5 of them, that's $500 a chair. I know with great certainty that we can buy chairs for less than $500 each to go in.
So, let me clarify a little bit. Me and Eric were sitting in a meeting and we discussed this. There was already funds in there, and we added, I think we added $1,000 for chairs. So I think his original request was $1,500. We added 1,000 for chairs because of the additional admin positions that we're adding.
It's not just chairs, it's also.
No, it was
desks.
Strati, plus it includes 5 chairs
Is
for
that-
new office positions.
Does that not, I think that would be like
So it's
3
desks,
items down, Larry.
Office furniture, not just chairs.
Yes, I think we,
So we have office desk and chair, office chairs and desks at 11,000, and then we have $2,500 for tables and chairs.
so I think that was supposed to be 1,500, and then we need to increase the 11,000 by another 1,000.
Okay, so I'm looking at, I'm just looking at office desk and chair, office chairs and desk at 11,000. And then we have $2,500 for tables and chairs. I bet that's, so we have office desk and chair, office chairs and desk at 11,000, and then we have $2,500 for tables and chairs. But the 11,000 is already, if you're talking about 5 new positions, that's already $2,200.
Yeah.
Those desks are very expensive right now.
Well, I know.
Yeah, but
I buy them all the time.
I
So
do
I'll pay
see-
$2,200 for them.
It is a little confusing. It says office chairs and chests and office chairs and desk, and then up above it says tables and chairs. Isn't that the same thing?
I took it as being,
I bet the tables and chairs is probably kitchen tables for the stations.
Is that for like the new ones?
For the new station?
But it says,
I don't think we spent.
I think he had 1,500 in there originally.
So it shouldn't say includes 5 chairs for new office positions. That comment is what's confusing me. Because then down below under 11,000, you've got 5 new office positions. You've got in 2 places.
Yeah.
you got some extra folding chairs.
Did you give you anything on breakdowns on
I think
all
you need
that?
to read
Not this portion, not this portion.
I think.
so, and I got other questions. We're talking about washing machines, we're talking about $3,000. You know what, if we're talking about, we need washing machines at station X, Y, and Z, at X dollars per station, then okay, then we know where our need is. Just, when I look at this, it's $61,000 of what if. You know, if we're gonna do if we're gonna do a what if, then my what if guess is gonna be just as good as anybody else's, mine's just gonna be lower.
Does any of that reflect if we build a new station or 2?
I don't know.
No, because we would roll that into the cost of the facility itself.
You're right, okay. Yeah, I agree. If we have a washing machine blow up in January, then maybe it would.
Yeah, but if we're planning, we know that washing machines at these stations are old and need to be replaced this year. Okay. But
Identify.
I said, all these are just, in my opinion, these are all just what ifs. And, you know what, I'd rather take that $61,000 and put it in contingency. That way I can use it for whatever
Yeah.
occurs to me, not just,
So if you have the emergent need to replace one of those items, that's what you
That's
do.
where it would
You
come
take
from.
it out
Yeah,
of contingency, you don't have
Yeah.
to worry
Yeah.
about.
yeah.
yeah.
It kind of makes sense.
So unless there's a specific need identified for any one of those items, I'd say all of it just needs to be reallocated.
Well, if we're gonna go with the staffing, we'll need to probably address beds and things in that nature, so.
Yeah. The only one I can think of is, we do know that there's 3 office positions we're adding, that I'm thinking of at the
And
moment.
that.
You know, so that's the only one I can think of that is good, that I know we're gonna need 3 desks, 3 chairs, and 3 computers.
So, and if we're talking about $200 or $250 a chair, which is something comparable,
Yeah.
and you're talking about $1,000, maybe a $1,500 desk, but you're talking maybe a couple $1,000,
Yeah.
so 6,000.
Yes. And I think that's,
So, make that 6,000,
Instead of 11, make it 6.
Yeah.
and for 3 new positions, not 6, 5.
and then like I said, if something changes down the road, I'll come back and put it for it, you know?
No, if JD walks in and kicks the side of his desk in one day, then we'll get JD in
So-
the desk.
There's actually more than 3 positions. we need to-
Whoa. We will get, we'll handle JD and determine whether he or the next person gets a desk. Let's not get that out there.
And maybe, Eric,
That's better too.
Eric, when I said we have 3 new positions, was I wrong? Is there 5?
Well, so you have a couple that are, exist now, but don't have facilities to exist in.
Right.
So we have the
It is
need,
5.
there is 5.
It is 5, I'm sorry.
Because not that there's 5 new in the next budget, but we have people that are allocated now that don't have anywhere to work.
So if y'all would, just
Why
adjust
don't,
that.
just say just 5 office positions, not new, because that makes it sound like you're new
Right.
employees.
And the rest of the stuff, I would say, just take it back down to 0,
Is 6
and
enough
take the
there?
balance to contingency.
So
You're
if
down
there's-
to take 50,000 to contingency.
Do we want to talk about the beds and the lockers and things?
If you can get them identified and
Okay.
put the value in there and then.
Okay.
That makes sense. Okay.
Now it's the beds, is that replacement or adding?
No, this is for any new
Because
stuff.
we really need to start talking about replacement plans.
There's, yeah,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
that too.
I've got we've got guys sleeping in beds that they have to go up against the wall because that's the way Adam's head lays on the bed, and stuff like that. But seriously, a replacement plan, we need to start
Yeah.
thinking about that
Yeah,
in the
every
session.
year there's so many beds we're gonna need to replace anyway.
Okay.
They get old, worn out.
Come up with a plan.
So for clarification, Brett, are we leaving the office chairs and desks at 6, or do we move those back up to 10?
We move that back up to 10.
And then, so we need to strike the 1,500, the 3,000, the 2,000, and
Right.
move that sum, so 49.
But we leave the 20, right?
Well, y'all gotta give us a number there. The 20's just another big round number.
Yes.
Tell us specifically what we're doing there.
Okay, so
What stations we're gonna put in, what it was, how many?
Come back,
What does it cost?
What
does the bed
defined
cost?
need.
Well, if they're, so we don't get.
What do you get in ARC and
Yeah,
plan?
we need new beds.
I don't know, Jay.
What budget did you
I don't know, those
Yeah.
were,
So we leave the 10 in, I delete everything else down to 0, and what I delete, I'll put into the contingency.
You should have 49,600.
Correct. Correct.
And the 20,000 for beds, and lockers and furniture, we can get some closer estimates by, before we approve the final budget.
Define the need, and then allocate the cost to the need for those. And so it may be 20,000, it may be 15, it may be 25, whatever it is.
We should be able to do that by the next
Yeah,
board meeting.
have that line item identified specific, and the rest of it we can just do out.
Yeah.
See how slow it is.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So during the lunch break, I'll add the 49,600 to the contingency.
Okay.
Speaking of that, food's here, do you guys want to grab food?
Yeah.
When would be that lunch break?
Want to grab some food?
Yeah, everybody grab one.
got my sound.
increases in oils and stuff like that. It says we're on track for the 10.9, but I have gotten a few other things probably since that's been updated, or some invoices are starting fixing to roll in.
I think we're gonna see an increase in diesel, just the cost of diesel oils.
So, I mean, I'm hoping I don't go more than 15, but
Yeah, fluid went up.
yeah.
No, I think that's
Filters, we came down, since we've been doing our PMs based on hours and miles. We're not just doing unnecessary PMs on vehicles that don't turn wheels very often. So we've had a lot of apparatus where they were only running 200 miles a year, and we're sitting here changing the oils and fluids and filters and stuff that's unnecessary.
Change them one time a year.
Yeah.
Whether they need it or not. That's
So,
it. Yeah.
we dropped our cost in the filters a little bit. We dropped a little in repairs and maintenance. I mean, that's always kind of an iffy subject line. I never know what's gonna break, what it's gonna cost to fix, stuff like that, so. Same with outside vendor repairs, we kinda, I know right now it shows we're over budget, but that is inclusive of that Flint engine repair from Snowmageddon. The insurance side didn't get refunded into that GL code to balance that account out.
Well, we actually received the reimbursement in the previous budget year, and then the bill came due in the current budget year, I think is what happened.
But we got a paper trail on it, so we know it's just.
Right. So we kind of track the same there. Dozer repair, I had to significantly bump that up. I am transferring over to a new place that we are having these dozers repaired over at Dogger Machinery, which is the actual John Deere dealer, since we do have 2 Deeres. Some of the repairs that was being done at Bain, I wasn't too satisfied with. So I reached out to Doggett and set up with them and talked to them about getting an account set up and trying to start servicing our dozers there. We do know on Red Springs dozer that it is fixing to need a undercarriage done, tracks, running gear, all that stuff. That's he quoted me about $15,000 to get that done. And then he gave me the price of their 1,000-hour services, which is replacing all filters, all fluids, and doing a top to bottom, which ended up being about $3,000. So I kind of estimated one of those services per dozer, and then just a little extra to maintain some general PMs, basic oil changes and lookovers on them. And that's just not to say whatever, I mean, our dozers are fairly old. We've got 20, 30, 40, 50-year-old dozers around out there that, I mean, they're gonna need some repair, if not replaced.
And they definitely serve their purpose.
They had, I mean, they were hand-me-downs from TFS, so they were worked hard in TFS, and then they get worked just as hard when they're up here.
And I did mention to the long range and apparatus committees to start thinking about, replacing or even expanding.
And I know
It may be
TFS.
worth it, but I'd almost put those up to any joystick dozer today that's running DEF. For what, I'm not saying that we might not need one big dozer or, there's some things we need to look at, but we've got I like those old ones.
And I have reached out to TFS because we had heard that they were coming up, they were getting ready to get rid of one of their packages that they had, a transport and dozer, but they had a miscommunication on their transport. They've got the dozer right now, but for some reason their transport got delayed, so it won't be towards the end of next year until they get that.
What size dozer do they have?
I think it's a D, or it's probably one of the Deere skills, so probably 550 or 450.
The John Deere's are 450.
And
Even if they don't have a transport associated with it, is it worth looking into as a potential replacement for one of ours or an additional one?
It is, but I don't think they'll get rid of it until because they've got their new dozer, well, I don't know.
The new dozer won't go on.
The old transport.
The old transport is their problem, so they gotta keep the old
old
dozer,
dozer there,
old
put on the
transport
transport
until they get the new.
So they have a dozer sitting they can't use, because they don't have a way to.
But it's the new dozer that's.
But it's the new dozer.
We got a tractor trailer.
No, we're gonna get the new one.
And I'm supposed to get the first call whenever or one of us we're on the list to get the first call whenever they go to mothball that thing.
Yeah.
So, I had to increase that budget just because of the age of our dozers and some certain things that are need to be done with them.
You think that's enough, Mike?
I that's kind of one of them what ifs. I don't know.
I mean, I know because there's all kinds of clutches and everything on those things and.
Luckily, I mean, especially the Troop and Bowler Dozer, they don't get run nearly as hard as the one up in Red Springs. So I believe those dozers are, from what I've been told, that they're still in really good shape, mechanical wise. I mean, we just had a water pump replaced on Troop's dozer,
Yeah.
which that Komatsu cost us an arm and a leg to fix, but all in all, I think that should.
Best I can remember, that's probably the biggest major expense that one's ever had since we've
Right.
had it. And we've had it 7 or 8 years, I think. So,
Yeah, that thing's clean.
yeah.
So what was the cost that we incurred for the vehicle repair last year?
The what?
The outside vendor vehicle repair, the plant engine repair, how much was that?
46.
Okay,
I
sorry.
think it was more than that.
I think it was 46.
For the engine repair,
Yeah,
Yeah.
for the crash.
I thought it was 70
It
something.
may be. Let me go to
I thought it was more, I thought it was way up there.
Yeah, well, all I'm trying to determine is, you had 100,000 budgeted, you had that expense that wasn't budgeted because it was in last year, so what is your actual spend this year? Nominally 90 or $100,000?
Mhm.
Okay, that's all,
I mean, we're pretty close to hitting, and this is all gonna depend on too what is fixing to come across on this Red Springs engine that we have in the shop right now too.
yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, there's a note out here that says, can it be brought down to 300, and I'm looking at thinking 340 is probably justified.
Yeah, that was a comment left from Finance Committee.
Okay.
Take that away then.
Yeah.
And the answer is no.
I wish I could, but
I mean, it really depends on what our outside vendor vehicle repair cost, actual cost is going to be. I mean, if it was $10,000, then yeah, we'd bring it down some.
Yeah.
90, then that's fine.
What about the ATV and trailer repair? Are you foreseeing anything, or we've only spent 1,300 so far? I mean, if
not really.
then slicing that back down to 2. I mean, I know it's not much, but do we need to leave full 5,000 in there?
I guess it would depend on how, I don't know, how much more of these ATVs, if they start getting used more during these wildfire seasons, or this extreme wildfire season that we're having, they could go in for more repairs, more PMs.
Does that include tires on them?
It would come out of that category.
Because I could see tearing them up.
Yeah.
If we do have a busy fire season, we should anticipate it.
Small enough, it doesn't really matter, I guess. I just was curious.
Equipment repairs and maintenance. We dropped a little bit from last year. We're tracking at about 13. I mean, we could drop that down some if we need to.
I'd rather have a little cushion in that one.
Yeah.
Like that, and that outside vendor repair for equipment. I don't think that's been.
For some reason, I don't think that.
That hasn't been tallied right, because I know we've had mowers and stuff like that go out for repair that didn't get put under that GL code.
That sort of looks like a bit coded elsewhere. I
It
agree.
was probably coded in my outside vendor repair for trucks and maintenance. Is what a lot of them.
Yeah, your mower.
I mean, new mower was $1,000.
Chainsaw repair.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask Mike, how come we have dozer repair up underneath the truck and not underneath the equipment?
I don't know. That's where that category has always been since we've done this.
Yeah. I mean,
Since before, I mean, I've even looked at it. It was always under equipment or under
trucks.
trucks.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at reducing that total group down to about 20.
From the 32,
Yeah.
30 to 20. parts at? You gonna leave the parts where it's at, or you want to drop the parts down? Parts and total maintenance repairs is 20,000. He's
Yeah.
13.
Yeah. I'd probably drop about 5 out of that and,
5 out of the 20?
and then drop the rest out of, equipment on capital.
Hey Larry, where's the generator repair and maintenance?
The station generator is gonna be under building.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's equipment non-capital small? That's your
I
budget.
wonder if that's a Kelsey thing, cause that's,
Since you were budgeted 13.7 last year, according to this week, actually is 0.
yeah. I think that's Kelsey stuff, cause I don't
Maybe
deal,
that's covered in another place.
cause I don't deal with the purchase.
And what did you say, Brent? The 10 goes to 0?
Yeah, yeah, goes to 0.
Yeah, 'cause I have a feeling
And
that's
the,
covered somewhere else, 'cause it didn't have any.
And outside vendor repair, or 2,000 goes 0 too.
Is that supposed
Is
to?
that right? Right?
No, I was gonna leave it in there. So basically, the whole count goes to 17, that way. Take the 10 out, drop the 20 down to 15, leave the 2,000, then take the 10,000 out. You got about 17,000.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything. It's
Oh, I wonder if that was for, go back to that other tab, Barry.
Yep. J276. It's under this
Oh, that was under for,
Draft commander, plasma cutter.
from last
Take all
year.
that out?
cause I got the draft commander equipment
Yeah.
and the support stands. And the portable evac coolers.
So you've already achieved
I
those.
thought we
Those
already
I've
took those
already
out.
achieved.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 10 was never really specified for this particular year.
No,
Yeah, well,
yeah, so that can be taken out.
That worked.
I thought we had already covered that one in our committee meeting.
Well, it's possible we missed something.
Yeah.
So many items.
Okay, so now it stands at 17.
That's in line with what you're looking for.
In some locations.
You're buying lunch.
Okay.
Building.
This is Locky and Larry.
Kind of, we just, for building maintenance, we took exactly what we had budgeted last year. I mean, there's no data really to drive that conversation, and we're gonna work harder to achieve that going forward.
And I asked to add the 15,000 for the station generator maintenance. I did have Holt Cat give me a quote on doing just basically PMs, and they came back to 14 and some change. They were gonna fix little issues. I've since had another company go around, and they actually looked at the generators and they've identified issues with them. They haven't gotten me a quote just yet on repairing those issues. I do know that the generator at Dixie Station 1 has a blown head gasket, so it's gonna need some significant repair to it. I did also find out in that conversation with the Dixie generator, it is one of the brigs does not have an overtemp shutdown, so it'll sit there and continue rocking along, even if it runs out of coolant. It'll continue rocking along until it just can't anymore. So I do think that your monitoring system will help us prevent some of those types of things to go on.
The generator that's at Dixie Station 1, was that the one we moved from somewhere?
No, it was bought for Station 1. It's one of the bigger ones. And then we have a minor issue with troops. They're gonna need a radiator fixed, and there's just, all of them kind of have little things that need to be fixed. So I felt that the 15 would be a good start, since we haven't ever included that in any of this before.
Did you say troops was a coolant? level or something there? Drop
It's got a pinhole in the back of the radiator. So, yeah.
Drops your stop leak in it.
And I know that it's showing that we've only spent 46,000 out of that 111. However, there are station projects that are ongoing that haven't hit the budget yet.
No, we pretty well spent all 100,000 when I was in office.
Yeah.
We committed all 100,000 at least anyway for all the projects that we looked at.
And I think we'll do at least that next year.
Yeah.
I mean, we still got a lot of issues to address. I mean, you've seen it from the building committee side,
We
so.
have a lot of quotes to
I think we'll end up in contingency on this line item, in all honesty.
Should we increase it then?
I mean, that's up for discussion, but.
Leave it in the overall contingency budget.
Okay. Okay. New equipment and gear. Uniforms and PPE.
All right, what I'm requesting this year, which is wrote down a little more here, there's a lot of expenditures that haven't come in yet because of bunker gear. You order it, you don't pay for it till it comes in. With the supply and demand issues we're having, it's taking a lot longer than it used to. It used to get gear in 90 days. Now it's 270 days or whatever. They're working on it. They're trying to get it down, but it's like everything else right now. So right now, outstanding that hasn't came in for billing is $192,585. I'm supposed to be receiving the shipment of gear at the end of the month, which will be $59,000 worth. It'll go in there. So what I didn't add in there, which I've tallied up today, we're probably out of this budget, we're gonna need to carry over $133,461.76 of gear that's not gonna come in until the new budget year, that's been ordered this year. A couple things, my budget also goes off of staffing. I budgeted 60 new sets of gear, which equal 250,000 there. I could reduce that by $83,333.33 based off of the 28 that was talked earlier. Reducing it from 60 to 40 sets a year. That's just in case somebody gets burned, the gear gets burned up, we can replace it throughout the year. Volunteers that have met the training levels and stuff, we could buy them some new gear. I would like to add, $4,400 to the gloves there. The incident with the two that got burned in Noonday a couple of months ago. We would like to move to gauntlet gloves that come up a little higher on the sleeves there. One of the issues, Rob, when he got burned there. So moving to all across the county, going to gauntlet gloves is one of the things that would alleviate that issue also. So, do y'all have any other questions? That's just kind of a quick rundown there.
So, I was sitting here just doing the quick math, of what's been committed today, it's 225. You have 193,000 that you committed that's not hit here yet, which brings us to 418. And then the 134,000 that's a carryover to next year. And I still look at it as committed this year, just not paid till next year. So your total forecast expenditures is nominally going to be 552.
Right.
And so you're asking for, you're not asking for 800,000.
Well, the 133 that's probably gonna go into the next budget is not in this 506. Once I reduce the number of gear for the new hires, that reduced my budget by 83,000. Then I asked for another 4,000 to go towards gloves, because that was only 100 sets. That would put me at 200 sets, which would, give everybody, volunteer and paid across the county, the same set of gloves.
Good idea.
Without getting into and I'm trying to track how much each pair of gloves costs or anything, I'm really just trying to look at what you've expended to date, what you committed to date. That's your total cost for this year.
Right.
And then how much you asking additional for next year.
Right.
$4,400 for additional gloves, no big built, but are you asking for, and then I know that we have a cost associated with the new, potential new people that we're talking
Right.
about.
That's it.
So are you, how much, taking all those into account, how much are you asking for in addition to what you spent this year?
My total budget I'm asking for next year is 506,666, 21.
Cause this,
$506,666.21.
Okay.
Sorry.
And
You said 556?
506.
Okay, which is basically the ones I highlight here. All the ones that says arm Murillo.
I thought you said 506,666.
Well, we need that 250, we need to reduce down to $166,666.68.
Say what again? 166,000.
I tried rounding it up. No.
Say what again?
Change the 250
Uh-huh.
to $166,666.68. Or if you just want to round it up.
I think I'll round.
Yeah. There's a lot of sixes in there.
It should be more specific.
667, there you go.
Yeah. The 4,400 down there.
For the no make hoods?
Oh no, it should be under gloves.
The firefighter gloves is 16,000 right now.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, that's right. I was looking at the wrong thing on my sheet. Okay, that's
What else?
it.
That's it?
So what's that total now?
And let's just add this one. You said we had outstanding commitments of 193,000. And that was
As
it?
far as I could tell.
And then there's a carryover of 134,000 into next year.
Which represents what? That they've already placed that order? Or?
Yeah, they've already placed it, just won't, so it's committed, the cost won't actually be incurred until next year.
And how is the 133 different from the 193?
So the 133 is
Some of it's
part
gonna
of
Expecting to get some.
that whole commitment for the year.
Some of it's expected to come in before budget's over.
Ah, I'm with you. So the 133 is not expected.
He's saying he's getting 59,000 worth.
So
We shouldn't really have the 133 here, though.
correct, because it's reflected
It's gonna
inside
be-
of the 193.
So Eric, what was the total of his line items now? Starting at the 163? No, starting at 12,163.
473 and a half.
and then of his last year's.
Okay, thank you.
That's more or less all paid stuff, right?
Is the reason we don't have
this is
actuals,
everybody.
is the reason we don't have actuals because of none of it's come in?
It's not broken out into that detail, so it's only down here at the total line.
Okay.
So
And
this,
what helped us on some of that, from last year's budget, ARP hit a grant, Dixie hit a grant, so I had budgeted for them for gear and stuff, but when the grants came in, it actually helped us.
and that's why the 418 is much lower than the 590. Okay.
Those aren't guaranteed.
So
Right, those are not
that's
guaranteed.
418.
Yeah, we don't do the same thing, we're the budget part, and if we get a grant break.
Yep.
That's the plan.
Okay, so the rest of the stuff that we're talking about down here, started with uniforms.
Yeah, so Raymond's total goes from 418 last year's budget to 473 this year's budget. We highlight this portion,
Yeah,
Yes,
which is 418,
Yeah.
compared to this, which is 473. So It's not that much, this is a little misleading because it's all the trodder requests here.
Yeah.
Right.
Was the cleaning inspection not in there?
It's in a different part.
It's in a different part, okay. All right.
That's when it gets to like our inspections and all
So I guess the actual 5-gallon pails of the cleaner, that's in a different part too?
that.
Because I was trying to figure out why my numbers.
I think gear soap is further down.
Okay.
I think.
That's it. All right.
There's gear wash, gear soap right there. $295,
Oh, yeah, I see
$296.
that. All right.
Yeah.
All the other uniforms now under Trotty's.
Yeah. We'll make an attempt to. Okay, so I have some stuff from Trotty, and I know Eric, you've got it too. Has he touched in this at all?
Not this particular section.
Okay.
Again, he did give us the overall,
Yeah, for the
this one,
equipment.
negative 100.
Yeah, okay. So in what he wrote to me, this category, so the 60910 uniforms and PPE category, he's speaking about his part. So this has the category, this category has uniforms for new hire paid staff and full-time and part-time, uniforms for the VFDs, and the uniform allowance funds for the staff. The plan is also to, I think he put it in here to allow the VFDs to do NOMEX this year. And he suggested doing the same budgeted amount for the VFDs as last year, but he hadn't heard back. So he also wants to add the VFDs into the uniform store. Their chief or designee will be able to log into the store in order for their department to be able to preload the amount in there, and they would be able to do that. I know Chief Harper has a different stance on what he would like for them to do, but the amount for his uniform budget last year was, I'm having a hard time reading where Bill made notes on this. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to go through here and find his spot.
So does he identify the quantity that he's looking at for each one of these, or, I mean, I understand the allowances, I mean, that's X number of dollars per person. Now, if we clarify, $500 per person is equal to 200 people, or whatever the case may be, just, we have to understand how much it is.
Yeah, and I don't.
Like, how did you write that?
I don't have that in front of me.
So before we can adopt the budget and everything, with that, you guys give us some detail behind what these are, and most especially how it compares to what we did last year. So talking about uniforms for volunteers, and we're talking about $93,000, so we're talking about $3,000 per person, and so that's gonna be 39 people. You know, did we do 39 people this past year, or we did 10 people this last year?
Cost breakdown.
So yeah, how much we allocated toward each one, and how many did we have to do last year? And I'll be quite frank about my assessment is that volunteer uniforms probably aren't gonna be much cost unless we start recruiting volunteers. And one or two here and there don't equate to $90-something thousand worth of uniforms.
Well, that may be, I know we've had conversations about upgrading them for the active ones to the Nomex uniform.
Right, but if we're not equipping volunteers unless they meet a certain
The active.
criteria, and if we don't start getting new ones, this
Right.
cost will be near nothing.
But I think that's part of the reason for the cost. It's larger figure is to convert the active ones to Nomex.
So I would be more than happy to double that if we got triple the volunteers. Without something that, not a sport.
Which one is the,
Yeah, you can't, budgeting for it.
I'm looking at his,
They told us they had altogether between all of them 21 new people signed up, but we don't know how many of them are gonna stay.
Yeah.
or when they're gonna need those uniforms.
Did he give that quantity details in his original submission? I don't think he did.
I'm looking at his last year's.
I was thinking last year, wasn't it like 7,500 per district? I don't think we broke it down per.
No, it was 8,300 per district for VFDs. And then we did the uniform allowances and all of that for the staff, but then also had some money in the event that they go out on a call and they tear something. But it looks like, I'm just gonna rattle off some numbers here. So we had 9,000 for t-shirts for everybody, 163 for Class B uniforms. Like
That's it right there.
$3,300 for job shirts.
So if you take the 8,300 and multiply it by the 11 districts, that's 91,000. So that's it right there. It's 8,400 or something per
That's their
district.
allotment they normally get.
Per
But
district.
that's not just uniforms, that's t-shirts, hats,
Yeah, yeah, that's all of it.
Yeah.
all right. I mean, it's just not Class B uniforms.
I mean, let's segregate it and say district allowance,
Yes.
8,300 times 11. Rather than, because right now, when I look at it, allocating uniforms, I don't know how many uniforms.
That makes sense. Does that, anywhere in here, does it include the badge project?
It's the very last one, the $10,000. I did ask for this one. So there are, none of the career staff have been able to go through a badge pinning that's traditionally done in the fire service. There are also volunteers that have not gotten to go through a badge pinning. I know there are some volunteers out there that have badges, and there are some that don't. So I was given a quote of about 6,000 to do, 5,500, 6,000 to do the career staff. So I roughly doubled it to be able to do volunteers in the event that they don't currently have a badge, because I think that's important for for everybody to get to go through that rite of passage, I guess they take an oath and then you pin their badge. And we don't have anybody on our staff that have been able to go through that. And like I said, I know there's some volunteers that haven't done it either, but I feel that's very important.
That's a worthwhile project.
Yeah.
So on these other things here with Troddy, are we saying that we need to come back to the board with more details, exactly what it refers to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cost breakdown.
Okay.
How's the next group of them, JD?
Okay.
I think we're interested in $20,000 worth of rechargeable flashlights and another $10,000 in what, I don't know what LDH manifolds are.
Okay, so I do know that he has changed, this is 60920, so 60920. He did drop some funding, drop some out of his request from the original. Eric, can you go up to the flashlights?
Yeah, let me just add, this is what he said in the email.
It's not 58, it's 37.
Yeah. This is similar, it's just what if. That's $58,000 worth of money that there's nothing, no volunteer I can think of saw there that may be actually allocated to a specific need.
I can speak on the manifolds.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I got it. So the manifolds are an appliance that we don't currently have on our engines or tenders. I think we have, 2 in the county? And what they allow us to do is they allow us to hook multiple lines to 5-inch supply hooks. So in theory, if we had a structure down a long driveway, we could lay 5-inch down the long driveway, and then the tenders could pull up, and you could have more than one tender hooked up to it at the same time. So when one runs out of water, he just peels off and goes, and the other one the flow doesn't ever stop. They are not cheap when it comes to the price. However, they will.
How many and how much?
I want to say, what's it got? I can't see the
That's $10,000.
$10,000.
Mm-hmm.
How many was that, Clint?
That might buy 5.
Yeah, not about 5. I think they're about $2,000 a piece.
So you currently got 2 in the county, we're buying
They're
out
both
more
at
than
Chapel Hill.
Yeah.
And they're both at Chapel Hill.
Okay. We don't have, I mean, that's a large expenditure for a few hydrants in the county. I mean, I know there's more than a few, but how often are we gonna actually use those?
That's something we teach very readily as a low manpower option to the folding tank. So the engine's laying 5-inch from the road into the house. The manifold is on the end of the 5-inch. We reverse its usage. All the tenders that arrive hook up to it. So I can have 5 tenders pumping the 5-inch up there to the house. There's not a hydrant in it. This is a portable hydrant.
Somebody said hydrant, but I
It's
see
a
what you're
portable
saying.
hydrant.
The tenders are the hydrant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you're only buying, okay.
I'm not sure why.
Hey, here's what our thought was, to not go for the moon, get 5 this year, and then hopefully in the next budget year, we'll be looking for 5 more, because Chapel Hills are old. And trying to be, because on the box, you're gonna have one.
And then as when we're buying new trucks, and if we're buying new equipment for the trucks, we expect the truck with them on it when they come.
So we're not doing the whole nurse tender and those tenders are feeding that tender. We're changing our whole.
Well, yeah, what we've been teaching is the ability, basically, when that tender rolls up, the manifold's sitting there, it's all individually valved. So they hook up and they start pumping their water to that attack engine. When they run out, they peel off and say Lindell's pulling up, they take their spot, hook to that line and start pumping again, and there's no interruption.
Manifold.
Because it takes so much manpower to get a folding tank set up and everything going and the draft established. This is way faster.
Well, let's go up there and peel out 10,000 from flashlights and buy however many we need for LDH manifolds. What's up with the flashlights?
No better than the flashlights we got on the trucks now, I wouldn't drop it.
We just replaced those like 2 years ago. We bought a whole bunch of flashlights.
Yeah, but just like everything, flashlights have time life.
So if we're gonna replace them over 2 years, why don't we buy string lights?
Well, these are just,
We'll buy rail backs.
they're not regular flashlights. These
I know
are-
they're not, I don't know what a string light is, I got one.
Yeah. Well,
They're
these
damn
are-
expensive flashlights.
These are
For what they are.
the large ones you can take into a
I think
fire.
the
These are the
$20,000 ones would be
The fire Vulcan ones are like our big box lights.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a portable lantern, really.
And I think over
It
time,
is waterproof and heat resistant.
the batteries in those go bad.
We're talking about the yellow things with the little.
Pelicans.
No, the box light.
The box light.
The box light.
What?
The flames hinges down on the
The
wall.
little orange ones?
Yeah.
Why do we even use those at all?
I'm not challenging the
a lot
fact
of
that we need
people
to, I'm
think it's all.
challenging the fact that we need to buy string lights. I mean, there's got to be other manufacturers out there that make these type of flashlights.
I've never carried one of those in a fire.
The guys and gals use them all the time if they have them.
Using
Yes,
for
sir.
victim markers and all kinds of things. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on it, but there are other brands out there.
Yeah.
I know, got
So-
to.
Some more expensive.
So,
Some
I mean,
Some are, but the fact is that I look at these, if you're carrying them into the fire, their life is relatively low. So we don't need to be buying the best thing out there on the market. We need to be buying the right thing out there on the market, replace it. If we've got to replace it every other year, then we've got to replace it. But I'd rather replace the $300 light, not the $1,000
I
lights.
actually don't have enough of the backstory of
Yeah.
what
Well,
was
I can
spent
tell you
when
from
or
being in the
what.
field, a lot of the big box lights we have is the halogen. They've upgraded now to the LED headlights and stuff, and I think it's time to move forward and upgrading on them.
You don't have the maintenance.
But I'm just saying
I don't
that's
have- you-
I'm just saying there's a lot of halogen out there.
You need flashlights, I don't have a problem
Yes,
buying
sir.
flashlights.
Yeah.
Just
So
$20,000.
in the documents that Trod sent over this morning, the 58,655 is not accurate anymore. It is 37,180.
Yeah.
So he has already shaved,
Yeah.
especially the flashlight he shaved.
Yeah. He.
The two flashlights together have become 9.5
Okay. So
instead of 23,750.
I now see where you're looking. Okay. For that fire Vulcan, he wants $1,500.
No, done.
So he's already adjusted.
Yeah, he's already.
I don't want to set precedents, start buying that type. You know, once we buy one, every time we go out and buy one, we're gonna buy the same thing.
How long have we had those?
Let's don't.
The string lights like that on Flint, they're 8 years old.
He flipped them.
If you're talking about large flashlights and small flashlights, okay. Just stipulate that we're gonna buy these string lights.
A lot of
I got a problem with
a lot of the bunker gear lights too are all, in the box lights, they're lasting.
Well, could you change the description to flashlights, large and flashlights, small? You know, and then they go out and they shop and say, well, I got $15,000 to spend this year and I'm gonna get the best deal I can.
I think part of the issue too is that these are truck mounted charger systems.
Yeah. They're
So you
the
can buy
chargers built
the
in.
new LED version that's gonna drop right into the existing
Existing
wiring
charger.
and
You don't have
charger.
to buy a new
Not
charger.
having to do all the rigmarole associated.
But I'm just saying, for the sake of budget, we don't necessarily, like under uniforms, we're not specifying 511 or whatever.
Yeah.
We're just saying
Yeah.
uniform shirts, no mix. So here it should probably say flashlights, small, flashlights, large. And then the equipment committee and everybody else can say, well, which one do we like? Do we like the railback or the string light or Daffy Duck? You know.
Because, those are the two that just stood out to me, just.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to just.
The whole, everything else we
Change the
got to
description.
description, it's just another what if. What if I need some of these? I wanna have $1,000 figure, I wanna have $200 figure.
Yeah.
And, well, outside of, if you got specific needs for the flashlight, then fine, we'll budget and allocate for flashlights. But all this other stuff, I'll move it, my recommendation is move it out.
Well, I think.
Or establish that we're gonna allow him to have an allowance to spend across all of them, however much we think is allocated.
Yeah, how much detail does the board want in?
So I
Items.
don't, personally, from my standpoint, I don't want the detail as long as somebody else is paying attention to the detail. And looking at how much we're paying for flashlights or how often we're buying these things. But in the absence of that information, then we ask for it. We've got to start getting that information at a lower level, make sure that the governance is there, and the board can step back, and I personally will step back.
I got you. I think that's wise.
So under 6920, right now it's 37,180. Should we just come up with a number for that then, and that's what they need to stick to?
Yeah, I'll let Don just resubmit this cap board to us based off of what you need.
Yeah.
Not just a big number.
Okay. And the same for the 6930 here then, which is used to be 302,160. Now he brought it down to 249.
Like those manifolds, put a number on them too, how many you want.
That's right, if he has an inch and a half hose or anything, stuff like, I want to replace this quantity this year. Yeah, that's fine, keep it in there, but all these numbers just appear to be just guesses.
So in the event of, okay, so we take them all out, and then he comes and says, we've had 3 of these buzzed, we just pull those out of contingency? Is that kind of how that would normally work?
So, yes, that's kind of where I'm thinking, is that you either can sit down and say that for this cost code, we'll give them an allowance.
Sure.
So we have these items that are specifically identified that we're gonna buy, and the balance of it is allowance. And we can let him spend up to the allowance, however he needs to spend, or we can fund it in contingency, which means that each time he needs to buy it, then we just have to acknowledge that we're pulling down contingency.
Yeah.
I personally think that you could probably do a couple of line items of things that he needs, and then give him an allowance for the balance of it, just have him manage, or have y'all manage the allowance, the expenditures in the allowance. It all goes back to control, because it's, you don't wanna give him a $20,000 allowance, and in month one, he spends all $20,000.
Yeah.
Right.
On just, and I'm not picking on Trotty, it's just frivolous, if it's frivolous spending or whatever, then, you know, the board doesn't wanna come back and refund you every month another $20,000.
Well, and also, I like that too, because it gives us some flexibility, like, look, just the first, you know, group of items there, fire. Instead of specifying 1 inch, 1.5, and dollar amounts for each one, say, okay, we're gonna allocate you 25,000 for fire hose, well, because maybe you find out you need a little more 1.5 than you do 2 inch, or whatever, and it gives you a little flexibility to spend that money at the staff level. And if we get some catastrophe and we need another 50,000 allocated fires, we come back to work and say, hey, we need some money because we burned up a bunch of hose.
So you got new equipment that you're putting on, and you need to go buy new for them. Or we have a replacement program, we just got to replace a lot of hose, and so we're gonna go back to this testing process again before too much longer, and we're gonna wind up needing to buy more hose.
Right.
So do we know how much hose we need to buy now, or we use that allowance? But just, it's some level of control over it, and without just 200 of each line.
So basically, unless something can be clearly identified as a line item, we move the 37,180 and the 249,645 to contingency.
Y'all want to do it contingency, y'all want to do it allowance? If we do it contingency, then we essentially have to approve the move out of contingency. We're going to allowance, and we allow them to manage.
Well, at least we'll know how many we're buying of each item that way. I mean, like in the new equipment, he's got something here for $11,000, so is that one for $11,000 or is it 10 for $11,000?
But allowance is going to be the total of those two. It's your budget to spend how you want to, governed by our executive director.
You've got enough, you've got money in the pool for new equipment large, and a pool for new equipment small, and how we spend that pool is up to staff.
I want to do it in allowances and have him govern that. We'll get him if it's not right, but I don't want to have to approve every time. You try to have to wait a month at a time to order something that should be done.
And if there's an exception, we'll come back to you and say, hey, this still foreseen happening.
Still gotta be approved if it's over 2,000.
Yeah, exactly. We still bring it to the board. It's more than 2,000.
But as long as it's within that budget and we're asking for it, then it's, you know, we're okay.
Yeah. Does make it a little simpler. On a day-to-day basis.
Believe it or not, that's what we're going for.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we have line items that we specifically can identify, and we can budget quantities that are in there, and the rest of it, just make it how you need to categorize it within our system as allowance.
Allowance within those line item codes,
Those
okay?
categories, yeah. So you still need to say 249,000, but you don't need to specify
Unless you
400
can.
for a glass saw and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Down to the minutia.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of crazy to look at all these line items.
Well, for clarification, that's how it used to be budgeted, so he's just been filling it in, and I think most of the time those were filled in as a worksheet.
Yeah.
But all we ever tracked it at was new equipment small, new equipment large. We didn't
Yeah.
track it down to the line item.
Yeah.
It was just used as a worksheet to total up the allowance number.
And I think if he would still do the same thing, is we still track how much of this we're spending on an annual basis. And it's the good data to be able to have to set next year's budget for. But I just don't think that we need to budget it.
I agree.
Difference between accounting and budgeting.
Pig.
Okay, moving on.
Oh, I got a question. How long is $50 on pig?
Well, because we gotta eat.
Question number two, $50.
It's two.
I'm just picking on the category. I think that's somebody saying if we're looking or not.
It's
It's a
a real
tool.
tool.
Oh, is it a real?
Yeah, it's a real tool. It's called pig.
And I guess the JSTAR is new here too.
Yeah. So, I guess the ground search and rescue group of folks have requested for some equipment. One of them called me and asked about it, and I told him to send me a budget request. And he never sent it to me, so I guess he sent it to Trotty.
I had it and I left it in Tim's truck the other day. They're all they're asking for is $10,000 for some equipment, but most of it could come out of probably Trotty's stuff. So some of it's like flashlights and stuff like that. But I just wanted $10,000 to get started with it. What they
It's
want.
nice to know, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But they don't have it broken down into what they need.
they got it broke down, that's what I said, I left the deal laying in Tim. He gave it to me
Let's-
the other day, I
let's-
left it laying in his truck.
Let's put it into Trotty stuff, because one of the things I did tell,
It's stuff like rope, things like that they would need, headlamps. You know,
what I did tell Trotty,
some helmets and some goggles.
well, here's the other thing. Do we really want to expend funds on them until we have their policies and procedures and SOGs on how they're gonna operate?
Well, I think we do, because we're looking at a 12-month budget, and hopefully we'll have that in place before too long.
Okay.
You know,
If it doesn't happen until April, we're still gonna need to.
How many times have they been called out?
Well,
They've
they
already been
called
called out 3 times, and they have just really told
They
everybody.
they were
had
called
it
yesterday and they had one person about it.
Well, but let's work on
done.
that.
Well, when it's all made up, all volunteers, what do you expect? You know, the paid staff stepped in for it.
But I think it does need to be budgeted, because
It's not true.
again, like, we get it
It's
going,
not true.
if we get it going this coming fiscal year, we're gonna need that money.
Okay. I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure that,
So are we going to give this to individual personnel, or are we gonna keep it in a supply trailer so it's deployed, or how?
They wanna put it in a trailer, so if they get deployed, they can go hook up to it and take it with them.
And all their gear will be there.
Right.
That makes sense.
but I think what you were trying to say is their $10,000, can it not be absorbed out of some of the other items?
That's what I'm saying,
Okay.
they're wanting $10,000, and that's when I look at it, I said, well, some of this stuff, we can probably get anyway, because we're gonna budget for it anyway, like flashlights.
Yeah.
There might be some specialty items, like special kind of rope or something they might need, or
Okay.
things like that, but nothing just outlandish. I think the biggest thing they asked for was a drone, you know? Because I think they did use a drone down at Cherokee County, and they found the guy right after they put the drone up. You know, really wants that. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a big fancy one, you know, just something that'll work.
But, so out of all those stuff in here, are these, not only 144,000, again, are these allowance requests, or are they specific needs? I'll use thermal imager. Okay, do we have a quantity of those that we're gonna buy for different districts or apparatus, or what are we doing with that?
Did he send any of that? Did he send that to you, Eric?
With the thermal imager?
Well, on this, did he send you like how he arrived at $30,000?
No.
Okay.
It sucks he couldn't be here today.
I know his kid's sick. I mean,
So on the drone, somebody brought one to Flint the other day, they called and said that a gentleman brought his up there and said he couldn't use it anymore, we could have it.
Nice.
Yeah.
What brand?
I don't know.
It's a DJI Phantom.
I would use it myself. It tracks, it tracks your, it tracks and sends everything overseas.
Yep.
DJI.
I was thinking, say, I think there's a Homeland Security directive that says we cannot use those,
Yeah.
technically, because we're
I
government.
knew the federal government had quit, I just didn't know if it was.
I know nothing.
That's probably why he cannot use it no more.
Oh.
We would be under that same directive.
Yeah.
Come dropping off.
That's
Fire.
whenever we have the drone conversations, everybody looks at the cost that we submit in the project plans, and it's high, because we're following the laws and the procedures and the directives, and you get what you pay for.
Well, and you want one that is gonna stand up to our usage, not a toy.
Correct.
You know?
And he did bring that down too in this morning's paper. Instead of 154, it's now 127,500.
I know y'all take the same approach with this stuff that we do on the other ones, just if you have specific, might on things that we identify that we need for those reasons, then that's fine, the rest of it, assess the need for the allowance, not what you really need there.
Okay, so 6940, we do the same as the previous two. Okay.
But just, I was gonna give you the heads up though, that whenever you come in to spend the allowance, we're gonna ask you how much you committed.
You want the accountability.
Yeah. What do you spend
I
on?
expect it.
What's
What
the
does it
back?
represent for the year? I mean,
What do you spend?
Yeah, so they're gonna,
Testing and inspection. Who speaks to that?
It's kind of me, Chief Nelson, and Chief Morello. You told me that the ball stuff, and none of that's,
I'll ask the rest of the board real quick. Do y'all wanna go into detail on, because we just took last year's budget up to about 5%? The only thing we have on our view is the gear cleaning and inspection. All the other fine items with their JD is fine. We
okay.
took last year's and we went about the 5.
Right.
Yeah. So the gear cleaning and inspection is the only one that will need any explanation on.
Okay, last year when we tested gear, we had 173 sets of active entry certified gear. I don't believe that number is right. We're still, chasing people down, trying to get volunteers to bring their gear in and stuff like that. I have found that there's a couple of companies that come pick up your gear, they take it back, they inspect it, they advance wash it and stuff. The problem with that is, I got a quote from Delta for 30,000, might as well say 31,000. The problem with that is putting our volunteers out of service. They would pick it up, have it for a couple days, then bring it back. The company that I found is the only one in this area. There's a couple up north. They actually come to us, like our hose testing or ladder testing. They test at the station. They get all the data. They hands clean your helmet, your boots, and everything. And, the guys will go out there and spray their boots down and stuff, but they clean inside your boot. And a lot of people don't think about that. You have stuff come up your pants and go down in your boot. And once they get done, they give me a thumb drive with all the information. It goes towards our TCFP inspection when they come in. It's all documented there. I've got a letter of recommendations from Flyer Mountain and Denton County also for this company. And it is quite a bit cheaper. 21,000 is the quote for right now. But we've also added some gear since then and stuff. So, the 173 is just ballpark off last year. We've added gear since then.
Why don't we do our inspections in-house?
We do. Like I said, getting the adequate information and stuff, trying to get everybody to bring it in. Hey, we're gonna have it here. If we do something like this, you've gotta have it there. There's no.
Why don't you have to have it there for our in-house?
Well, it's just, volunteer, like going out the oil field and stuff, they might not be in during that time and they can leave it there.
Same applies for when the company comes.
Right.
Well,
It can happen.
we would also reduce our liability as a district by having a third party do this verification of gear.
But we have certified gear testers, correct?
We do.
We have guys that's went online, taking class and stuff. Just this would help. It's a major undertaking. It takes about 3 to 4 months to complete.
If we did it ourselves, would it require specialized equipment, chemicals, things that we don't currently have?
I am in need of some new testers. We have 2 in the county, 2 hydro testers.
If not approved, I would want to request for 2 new testers. And, I already printed it out.
How old are those testers and how much were they?
Well, I don't know how old those are, but they are, one of them has a drain, they're older. One has a drain and you can only set it on the edge of the table, you can't actually set it up. The other one you kind of piecemeal together. Have to buy, just, it leaks water everywhere, so wherever you test, you have to make sure you're not gonna damage anything, tables and stuff like that, go outside a plastic table.
Mel, what do y'all do at your?
Well, I was thinking, to me, I would have a third-party company do it. I wouldn't do it in-house. That just takes all liability off of us, puts it on them.
Your people in-house need to be checking year after.
Well, we'll still be sued, but we can sue the third party.
Well, once a year, have a third party do it. It's probably the best recommendation, have our guys do spot checks here and there.
Right. After every call, like major incident, they're supposed to be washing a year. 2 advanced washings a year, per NFPA. And this will just shore up one of those and making sure that everything's getting clean like it should be.
Well, and it's documented too that they cleaned it, so if we get audited by TCFP, be honest, some guys might go into a fire and then they wash their gear, but they don't log that they've washed it, versus this company would have on record that it was done.
One of those testers is about, I found a,
$1,500.
yeah, that's the price I just pulled up over here.
Plus, there's gotta be some chemicals or something that goes with it, right?
No, sir.
No, it's
only
cleaning.
just water.
Okay.
And as you hire more people, this is gonna be that much more time consuming versus.
Like I said, it takes 3 to 4 months to get all 11 departments, because last year we took on, we hadn't been testing volunteers, entry certified volunteers, and it was a big undertaking. And we've got to test them just the same as ours.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
The 28,000, the quote I have, was from July 13th, and it was, 21,000. But like I said, we've taken on some more gear and stuff. That's just in case the number that I estimated I gave them is higher, just a little lee room. We could reduce it to 25, but I would highly recommend this. Oh, or your flashlights, I'm not arguing this one. Also reduced 83,000 out of my other side of my budget.
Yeah.
83,000.
I brought it down to 25 then.
So where we at?
I have opinions, but
Here's something else that I think we're preventing as well. And I did this particular job. I was the first person that we had that tested all of the gear, in one centralized location. The gear carries carcinogens no matter how much we wash it. So the ones of us who are in charge of touching all of those sets of gear, we're actually at higher risk of cancer over time than the ones who are just wearing it to fires and taking it back and forth on the truck. But I mean, because literally, I would pick up sets of gear that were just nasty, and I'm sure they're doing the same thing.
Yeah, I try to encourage.
And we wear gloves and a mask and all of that to do the testing, but it's still exposing the guys that we are asking to do this job more often than we are the rest. So I think over time, that is also, if he spends 10 years testing gear for us, then we've exposed him that many more times.
Well, not to mention also that 3 to 4 months is just testing 30 people. If we double that with personnel, and then within 5 years, we're required to have 2 sets of gear per person. This is gonna be a constant year-round deal that somebody's testing gear.
How long does it take to
Full-time
test
job.
one set, roughly? You're standing there. with
Well,
equipment.
putting it all that, probably 10, 15 minutes.
If you do boots, if you do water penetration.
Well, if you do all that
If you do
together, 20 minutes.
Is that including the washing, advanced washing?
No, washing is, 45 minutes washing it, and then you've got to hang dry.
So an hour per unit,
Yeah,
roughly.
they come in, they wash it, they've got specialized dryers for gear, because you can't just throw it in the regular dryer.
Because
They do all that.
what I'm considering at the moment is staff time. You're looking at
Yeah.
120 hours of staff time,
Mhm.
if we do it in-house.
Yeah.
That's a cost. We're paying somebody 120 hours a year to do it.
I know the concern is that we have personnel on staff, and we're subcontracting out work, and if we continue to subcontract work out, then what do we have personnel on? And what do we do with our personnel on staff?
It's gonna be
Have them do
a
it.
recliner and fighting fire, and that's it. Cleaning the station, I've been there.
Things we can have them do.
Well, we don't test hydrants, we clean the station, we run calls. We
Hydrants
don't do ladder testing, we don't do, or we do hose testing. No, we sub out hose testing too, don't we?
Hydrants and pre-fire plans are in the works.
Yeah, we're working on
Literally in the works as
other
we speak.
activities that we're gonna use. I'm just saying, staff time.
I mean,
It's a factor.
I mean, I know where you're headed with it, I've got the same concern, I look at risk as much as anything. That's probably where I would tend to lean towards subcontracting out this. I don't necessarily think that I was fully on board on subcontracting out hose testing because of the risk we had of one coming loose and hurt somebody. I think we could have managed that risk much better, but that being said, this particular case, probably.
I don't want anyone to have cancer, but this is an inherently risky job. We all know this going in. The people that are cleaning this gear, if we subcontract it out, they know what the risk is. We're minimizing that risk, but I mean,
I know.
if you're going to be a fireman, you have an increased risk of having cancer.
But let's take that away by having somebody else do it.
Give it to somebody else. Let them have the
Reduce
cancer.
the risk.
We can rotate it around.
Then they're gonna come in and do it, or our firemen may get called out 10 times a day when they're trying to clean it. That's another deal. It'll get done.
It is getting busier. We've got the stats to support that.
Which is like you say, it's the risk that's gonna have that problem.
Give them the 25 and hold raises. How about that?
No.
Brad, get out.
Demoralize them.
I just,
To me,
I'm one of-
that's just a cost of doing business. I mean, if 25,000, I mean, surely we could find that somewhere else in the budget to cut. But, I mean, to me, that's just a no-brainer to have another company do it. It takes the liability off of us, takes the man time, we're running, I mean, Chief Smith said we're 1,000, 1,200 more calls. I mean, the guys are getting busier, they don't have time to do this.
Any other board opinions?
Go for it.
go ahead and scroll down here.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Charles, 75,000 for schools and conferences.
Yeah, we reduced that. You can see what the performance was for that year. We had 100,000, we only spent 58 of that, so we reduced to 75, but we hope to pump up the volume, if you will, on where we're going and what we're doing. We want to see some folks going to other classes and conferences and things of that nature. So we dropped it to 75. Any questions on that?
And the online in return went up a little bit, right?
Yeah, we went up a little bit because we have had a pretty good amount of participation related to online training.
Should we not increase the online training to match at least what we've spent?
We feel as though some of that may have been a little mislabeled because there's going to be another one down in here that talks specifically about commission stuff. I think it may have been inadvertently put in the wrong code, and I feel comfortable with 20.
Okay, very good.
Those numbers there,
So I actually, on the SFFMA, it's roughly just under $1,000 per department, usually for their SFFMA dues. So we've leaving a little bit just a little bit in there for them if they get new members that they're adding to the SFFMA. I want to say I've seen some of those come through, but $600, $700. So and I think it's like $40 a member. The EMS certification and the commission certification we doubled in anticipation of adding new folks.
Yep.
I'm good with those.
You look at it cumulatively, you spent $140,000 this year, and you're asking for $230,000, so you're asking for not only an extra $90,000.
We haven't got down, I'm sorry.
I'm way down, looking at the,
Yeah, sorry.
I went to the bottom.
Yeah.
So we've added in there, under the equipment, we added in some money there to purchase a couple of different projects. Do you have the detail on that?
Yes.
Okay, so, yeah, 25,000. We've been looking at, we bought the containers last budget year, and we've been, looking at getting those up and running. And one of the things we're running into is the need to build a burn chamber that's not gonna cause just a total dilapidation and failure of the containers. And we found a engineered bolt-together kit that can be placed in there to facilitate a burn chamber for us. We were gonna try to build it ourselves, and that just didn't come to fruition. We were dependent upon our guys on shift to try to do that. There's just too much going on. But this is engineered. It's the same people we bought the Alpha door from. They build a bolt-together engineered steel structure that goes inside a container, and then you have a batting type insulation that goes around the outside. And so we were looking at that as something we wanted to try to do this year. We have a Rescue Randy in there, and those things I'm telling you, the amount of abuse that they're taking annually with all the stuff we're doing, they just don't last, and you have to buy new ones. So we're asking for another one of those. And then in the training equipment and teaching aids, we had budgeted 18,000. I think we spent, I don't know exactly, it's somewhere around 17,000, I think is what we spent out of that, because we purchased this Alpha door and some other training materials here and there. So that's what we're asking for as far as the equipment in our part of the budget.
One thing that I have to say on the bolt together package thing, we make those decisions to purchase stuff based on what you present at the time, and that's a pretty large follow-up cost. That may have changed our decision to purchase and I'm saying ours as a whole. Maybe we had chosen to do something different, build something else.
We can still, in fact, I visited with guys the other day on us moving forward with some of the things on what we wanted to do. We could still make it happen. It just hasn't happened as timely as I wanted it to.
Yeah.
And this was an option. I felt like a bolt-together project, I could get it in there.
Yeah, no, I want you to have what you need. I mean, that certainly would have changed or we would have taken it into consideration when we made the purchase. So if we knew we had a $40,000 follow-up cost.
I'd be glad to give you $25,000 out of that for, getting the gear cleaned. I think, our original plan was to do that project ourselves. I thought this was maybe an opportunity to do something that would be a little less troublesome, but, we're still in to do what we originally asked for. So I wouldn't have a lot of heartburn if you just, don't find
So
that
you
in
could
there.
actually build the stuff yourself.
We would build, I talked with, David's a welder and different ones, and they could, do it. We've got a plan for it. I would want to keep some money in that equipment, and teaching aids conversation, because I didn't get to do that. I want to keep that at 25,000 so that we can use some of those funds to buy, the material to do the same thing. But
So you wouldn't hate me if we struck the 40?
I wouldn't hate you, Tom.
But you still need to buy the metal and stuff.
Correct, that's how that 25,000 above. And I think we can do that.
Do I hear take it out?
I think so. I think that'll keep us to where we kind of originally planned to be, and I think that'd make me feel better, especially because Ray's asking for more.
I'd feel real good about it.
Just
Get fund his project.
Next item is fuel.
Is there anything else on there for me? Are we good? Okay.
That's just an amount pulled from the air. If anyone else has a better suggestion.
Wish we knew what fuel was gonna do. Yeah.
I like your air.
That's pretty much what we do.
Yeah.
It's based on.
I think our fuel bill last month was over $50,000, wasn't
Are we on the next one?
I thought we were on the next one.
Yeah. As far as the next one goes, I think that 198 stays the same. I don't see, to answer your question, no.
So what's the shift in paper call?
So that should just be paper call stipend. We're
That's
not
what
doing
we-
the shift stipends anymore.
it? Yeah.
It's only paper call stipend?
Yep, just paper call
Okay.
stipend.
And we had the 425 and everything, we were not only looking at this year, we're looking at,
Yeah, back pay. Yeah, we were looking at back pay.
yeah.
It was like 18 months equated
Yeah,
to.
so the 300,000 takes that into account.
That was
So that's your basis for the
my estimate, yes, sir.
Uh,
But it's very hard to know what the pull-up is going to be, the participation and all that, so.
Okay.
Well, on the paper call stipend, we can figure it in cap, because we have a cap, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what that number is based off of, is the cap?
I was not aware we had a cap.
We have a cap based on, we can't pay more than a certain percentage of.
I actually think if you if you went to every member, and it'd be way more than that.
Substantially.
Yeah.
But in cap, like I said, all right, look, in here we all have a $5,000 cap or whatever it is. It'd be bad.
Oh, in our long-range meeting the other day, it was brought up that, on the chief's pay and stipend, training coordinator stipend, and even our bookkeeper stipend. we were told that y'all had elected to pay them whether they were meeting their criteria or not. The chiefs that were there were a little upset with that, because there's a lot of us out there pulling our weight, and there's some of them out there ain't doing squat. We got to figure out some sort of accountability for the chiefs, the training coordinators, and if they're not meeting their requirements, they don't need all that dang pay.
Take it up with the law. Take it up with your lawmakers, because that is, we have to follow that.
Yeah.
If they're not following what they're supposed to do, y'all may not be able to remove them, but their boards need to remove them and put somebody in there that can do the work.
Well, I
Because
think
it's not fair for us to do all the work and them to ride our coattails.
Fair enough, but I don't think there's anything that we can do as a board to.
Yeah, actually, no, we
You
can't.
can set some policies out.
We can't change the stipend. If we start withholding stipend, it makes you like an employee.
Oh,
So we have to pay the stipend. What we can do is we can start funding you in breach of your agreement with us.
Yeah, and that's
Which
what
you as the chief and your board need to address with your personnel if you aren't doing your job.
And I'm working on policy development, and when I get that done, which is a big project, then I think and I'll check with legal, of course, to make sure that I'm staying in my lane. I think that I can go to the individual contractors, i.e. VFDs, and say, you're not adhering to the policy. Like if you don't have someone doing training, then we're not gonna give you the training stipend because you're not meeting the policy that says you will have somebody doing training coordination. You know, but I have to put the policies in place so that we can do that.
So basically, Mac, we can adjust the stipend, but we're putting teeth in there that will rip you to shreds if you're not doing your job.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're gonna make it to where they're pulling
I
their weight.
understand, and I like to fall into that category, but fair is fair.
Hey.
Well, that's what
Absolutely.
I think having the policy brings it to fair, because then either are in compliance or you're not, and if you're not, you engage a contract, there you go.
Anything?
Don't scroll away from that bottom line.
Well, we still have the salary detail to go through, right?
Hmm?
We still have the salary detail to go through?
So, I mean, right now we're standing at 700,000 deficit. But that does include buildings at 2.2.
Yeah.
So we add in there.
I do have a question real quick though. The 3 trucks that we purchased, we included in the proposal for the $100,000 per truck for loose equipment, and jaws and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's.
So do we know where that got rolled? Because that's, apparently, we haven't been able to buy the equipment yet for those trucks, because they're not gonna be ready for some time.
Yeah,
So where do we roll this?
yeah, we did have 300,000 set aside for the equipment for those, in this current budget.
So
And
that
I know
will
we
be
talked about
rolled over
waiting
until next year, or set aside when we can buy the equipment?
as a carryover. Yeah, I'm glad he said something.
But as we stand right now, for all the people out there that say that we don't exhaust the budget, we still have money in the budget, we did budget for this, we're 706,000 over. I just wanna throw it out there. Because we're accused of not spending it, but pencil to paper, right there, is it spent?
What we did last year. Everybody-
And I know that their claims hold no water, but I just want to throw it out there to everyone sitting here in this room.
So, well, one other line item that we do need to put in here is I want to phrase it, the replenishment of those funds. I mean, so we can't spend out of there continuously without putting something back in there. That's, in my opinion, that's a reoccurring cost. That happens every year, is replenishing those funds, so we have them available to make these big purchases, so.
Reserve replenishment.
So, and that's another, say it's another million.
About
Or
what
2
it's probably
million.
gonna wind up being.
So, you know, we're sitting here at 2.7 over budget, not just 7. So we can't spend out of that reserve and not replenish it somewhere.
I mean, we certainly cannot go negative 700,000 every year. That's not gonna work.
No. All right.
But this does include the 2 new stations.
Yep, yep.
But just, that's the whole reason that we set aside, so we can make those large purchases when we need to. We just can't ignore the fact that we have to always budget for replenishment. That's that part's the recurring cost, is the replenishment. It has to be part of every year's budget.
It seems so difficult to me to wrap my mind around a 30-year firehouse or whatever being paid for in a single year. You know what I mean? Like, that's a real big hit.
We don't wanna have to take 2.2 million out of our 19 to do the stations, or other things like that. I mean, it takes away from our operating expense. But we're better off to set aside a little bit of money as we go. But we just have to set aside that money.
To answer yours, I like working off of the cash, and we ought to be able to do that. We shouldn't have to take 30-year notes with the revenue that we have.
Because then that fire station is costing you $5 million.
Yeah, the interest will leave us alive, especially when it gets back up to 10, 12, 13% like it's trending towards.
Probably just what we spent interest on these 2 new stations we could have built.
So,
couple of stations.
I understand what you're talking about, stretching it over 30.
Well, I'm speaking more to what Mr. Domney's saying about the allocation of funds specifically to building construction and things like that over a period of time. It's just a pretty significant lick in this budgetary process to talk about spending 2.2 on buildings that are going to be in service for a prolonged period of time. Like, proration of that conversation is, you know what I'm saying? Like, once we get to the point where we're putting that money and we have that type of revenue in reserve for building and construction and those things, that makes a little more sense to me. But we're currently, like you say, cash funding right now out of this revenue stream this year kind of conversation, and that's difficult to process.
It's easier to say, instead of doing it all out of this one budget year, that we've allocated over 30 years, so it's just a small increment each year that we got to set aside.
We don't have the luxury of that, I get that, and, you know.
Well, the question comes to bear is, do we have the funds now, and that's what we close to error?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about negative 700,000. Clearly, we have that in the reserves, sufficient to fill that hole. And next year, hopefully, it'll be 700 positive, so we can replenish the reserves.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we're not draining our reserves to zero either.
No.
But we don't have a plan that says what our expenditures need to be over the next 5 years either.
I also
And we got $10 million worth of stuff we need to buy over the next 10 years.
Sure. I've said over and over, we stand at the base of the mountain looking up at what we need to accomplish. But I have a question. What is the increased percentile in the event that that passes going to do to the revenue conversation for the next fiscal year? If we were to increase that 5%?
How much increased revenue do we
Yes.
see? According to his document, it was 4.
It's already factored in.
400, that's already in there.
Okay.
It's already in this.
That's already factored in the budget, and even with that, we're
You're talking about the property
$700,000
taxes?
Yes.
Yep, no, it's already adjusted.
And if you have the same amount of increase next year, then you have approximately $400,000 next year more.
And what we gotta pay attention to is that we budgeted 16.4 this year, and we're now saying we're gonna spend 19.5, or actually 20.5. And so we're already exceeding by $3 million what we did last year. I mean, we're still not putting any money aside. That's the scary part for me, is that we're spending every penny we got. So, yes, sir, Raymond?
Last year you had me put a 1/6 total replacement cost of the bond here. Were you wanting that this year? Because that was $120,000, and that doesn't go to anything. So, well, it goes later on in contingency, but it doesn't do anything.
Sorry, I was trying to talk. Tell me again.
Okay, last year you requested a 1/6 of total replacement cost of the year.
Right.
I put that in there, and this year it was $118,000, and that doesn't go to anything except for back into contingency at the end of the year.
So you didn't spend it this year?
Well, no, I'm saying for this budget that we're working on,
Yeah.
there's $118,000 that's just gonna be there Are you still wanting that in the budget?
I think so. I think you still gotta look at the replacement of this gear on a rotational basis, right?
Right.
So now whether you spend, I don't know if how much you spent this year on that, you know?
Years, well over 200,000.
Yeah. I think that you're gonna wind up spending that type of money on an annualized basis, right? Keep it
Right.
here. So,
Okay, I was just making sure that you still want it, because it's in there.
yeah, I think so.
I think that should be for trucks, for gear, for air packs, for everything ought to be figured out. What is its lifespan? If it's 5 years, 1/5, it needs to be budgeted every year for replacement.
That's another accountability conversation that Eric and I have had about coming up with a capital and well, let's say equipment, item inventory with depreciation with life expectancies and depreciation, so we can do better strategic planning.
Yeah. It'd be very similar to the tablets and stuff. We know that we're replacing this pre-scheduled cost.
Larry buys new desktop, Larry buys new desktop computer, we know it has a 8-year lifespan or whatever. Put that in there.
Yeah.
Based on that.
So one thing here though is we're doing 2 new stations. We got probably, looking at heat maps and everything else, we've got another 4 stations identified that we need to either replace, remodel 1 and then add 3 more after this. So we may have stations to replace here and there after that, but looking forward, those are the only real big station projects we have left. So that will help long term.
We've even had some modification to that conversation, and when we put it on the big map, looking at overlapping 9 and 14-minute response time circles, and where the current locations are, and if we move staff from this building to this building, et cetera, you know, it reduces that overall number. I mean, we start moving into a really modified approach to how we do that, and it may not be 4 stations. I mean, so.
Well, this whole thing is chicken and the egg. Yeah. We want 100% staffing, but we've got to have the infrastructure to facilitate that. And so if we don't have the infrastructure, they're going to be sitting out there in the bar ditch with a truck in the rain because they don't have somewhere to sleep or eat, or you know what I'm trying to say. So we're trying to get there as quickly and hard and fast as we can, but you know, I don't know.
I think we're always gonna have significant building costs going forward.
Sure.
And you know, we're not gonna stay stagnant. So either existing facilities are gonna, find only one, prime example. We want to continue to utilize that facility. We're gonna have to put some major money into it. So, even though we don't have, that's not even on our list of 4 right now, right?
That would be.
No, it's on 3.
Well, no, I know the 3 would be adding an additional
But
sleeping
anyway,
area.
my point is that we're always gonna have these, so we may be able to satisfy our short-term, what we see, but I don't think building costs are gonna go down.
It's gonna be on the same. It's gonna be on the same as the gear and everything else. It may be once every 30 years, but we have to know that we're gonna be replacing.
Yeah, but it should
remodeling.
slow down. We shouldn't be building 2 new stations every other year, like we are now. Hopefully.
And growth of the
I'm
county.
not convinced that's gonna be the case.
Yeah.
I think realistically, we're gonna be building, maybe not every other year, but every 3rd year.
If our call volume doubles in the next 10 years, we're gonna need more.
Well, if that's true, what you're saying, then we shouldn't run the deficit to 700,000. Because what you're saying, we're gonna run the deficit every single year then.
Like written testing?
Then that's not good.
Stuff you have to do
As
with
a
the
county
house.
growth
Yeah, it's in
services are tax-based.
Yeah, it's in there.
The only reason to justify the deficit this year is if we think it's gonna turn around in the following year or 2.
But, and our trend is, we spend every bit we collect.
You ever seen a government agency that didn't?
With limited taxing power.
The only bad thing about it is we're not like the government. We can't do deficit spending like they do.
They print theirs.
Yeah, they print their money.
If we can get one of them printers, Mac,
We can put ESD2.
I'll build them out of gold for you.
Well, here's another thing too, just to tell you about. if our sales tax does start to tank, there may be some more belt tightening, so some of this stuff that's budgeted may get cut. So just be prepared for that too.
You know, that's a good point. You know, what we're doing today and this month and into next month, these are all based on predictions and projections and scientific wild ass guesses and whatever.
Yeah.
6 months from now, something, you know, the financial tornado hits the county, then we'll readjust. Or if the county prospers and our tax revenue goes up 2 years from now, then we'll also readjust. So it's a fluid process.
We're already gonna catch heat for a 5% increase. So,
Yeah.
it's,
Give us your lottery wins and make it wheel
Wish I
that
had that
ESD
crystal
number
ball.
2.
Well, what I do know is that, you know, from what we can tell, is that there are needs, and we are anticipating and meeting those needs pretty well with the.
Hey, we've done good over the years. I mean,
You know, we've had a lot of organizations, Eric, and I think we're doing well financially versus some places are.
well, it came up from 8 years ago too.
Yeah.
We've done very well.
the only reason we're doing well financially is because we, against the grain, put money into contingency. Otherwise, we're 700,000 deficit. No, we're not doing that great.
Well,
Not in my opinion, not sustainable, it's not sustainable.
I don't know, because we're being conservative with our numbers and
If we're being conservative, then we do need to increase the rate because we're at a deficit. I don't know.
Yeah, my answer is not increase the rate.
It's decrease the expenditure and our expenses. I get it.
well, if you
but-
shift, are we really at a deficit? If you shifted the cost of the new stations to contingency funds, then that 700,000 deficit would cost. Out of the budget, correct?
Yeah, but what Brad said is gonna repeat every
We gotta put
year.
it back in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We're borrowing the money from ourselves, but we gotta repay ourselves somewhere.
And we should.
And in my opinion, we gotta repay ourselves every year.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're actually, in my opinion, needs to be a line item in there that says reserve fund allocation. And so that 706 is 1.7, 2.5, whatever
At
it
least
is.
1%, I think it ought to be at least 1% of whatever we project to collect or something.
I think it's gotta be more than that.
All right.
And it really needs to be allocated against one of those future expenditures.
Right.
And
So
that's
we're
what,
working
that's
for
what, that's what we're,
5%.
that's what we're funding, right?
Yeah.
Is the future. So the nominal 8 million that we have set aside as operating reserve fund, is, in my opinion, is untouchable. It has to stay there. As our budget goes up, that number needs to go up. It's normally our 6 months, so theoretically, that number should be 10 million this year. We should be putting $2 million in that fund out of what we have to keep our nominal 6 month fund. So that money's untouchable. Then you got to start looking at what are the other, for all the building and everything else that we do, and how it's going to be replenished so that whenever it's time to spend it, we have it. So none of that's in this year yet.
Because if we didn't have contingency funds, we wouldn't be buying 100 and something sets of new wildland gear. We wouldn't be doing the things, stations this year. That, because of planning in years past, allows us to do that today. If we don't continue that, this goes away. And I don't understand how it's that hard to understand for everybody else.
And I think we gotta start disciplining ourselves,
Yeah.
line item it out and say what those things are allocated.
So is the solution that we only do one station this year?
1.6 that, you know.
No, actually, I personally don't think so. I mean, because we've been able to manage a healthy reserve fund, and we have it there. Just what we're not doing is we're not allocating any of our revenue this year to the replenishment of it. Building the stations is exactly what we want to do. But we're not replenishing it. That's where I have the issue, is that we're overspending our revenue without any allocation towards the replenishment. And we need that plan that says, this is how we're going, this is our 5-year plan. These are the funds that we need over the next 5 years. And first line item after you get past revenue, before you start anything else, I gotta set this much aside for the future. And then you can talk about what money you really have to spend that year. We're doing it just the opposite way. We're saying, how much money we got, let's spend it all, and then
If we got anything
what we don't have left,
we'll put
what we
it
don't
in.
have enough of, we'll pull out of reserves.
And we can do that 3 or 4 times and then it's gone.
It's got, yeah.
No, I get it.
So we're trending for $506,000 at the end of this budget year, is that correct?
Seven.
$700,000.
Not in
Far,
surplus.
far right, well, on the far left
I
side.
understand, but what I'm saying, out of this fiscal year, are we trending?
$500,000
Going into reserves.
going into reserves.
That's the budget for this fiscal year. Most likely it's gonna be bigger than that.
That's what I want to get some clarity on.
So there's two things you have to we look at. One of them is what do we budget versus what do we spend? We budgeted 16.4, we're projecting we're gonna spend the 15.9. That's 21, 22. Budget, projected actual for the year is, what was that?
You're talking about the expenditure?
Yeah.
It's less certain because we have the commitments that we don't really understand.
Yeah, but let's just say it is not only the 15 million or whatever it could be, so you theoretically would have the 500 or 600 or $700,000 that would come to underspending against budget.
Correct.
And then we do have a sales tax collection in excess of what we forecast last year. But that also is gonna fund over there, so we have nominal, and also I'll talk nominal number for you, nominally 8 million that we had set aside, plus those 3 that you potentially gonna have in excess sales tax. You nominally have about $11 million over there. So there's monies there to fund what we're talking about.
Well, it doesn't sound as dire in that conversation. I mean, yeah, I know.
But you're not putting a reserve.
But on this,
Like we
it doesn't, no, it's for this year. No,
This
it's
year
not
we
dire.
did, but next year we're
It
not.
is, it is dire for the next 5 years.
If we don't plan.
If we don't do it, if we don't set aside some of it. Right, we have the cash to build fund where we're at right now.
So let me ask you this, at the end of this fiscal year, 22, if, once we see what the actual expenditure amount is, and we see the actual total revenue, say 19.3 million, if there's a surplus there, could the board allocate that to reserve?
So, that's essentially what, and that's one thing that me and Eric talked about, that we need to sit down and do, is we need to start assigning that money to certain things. One of them is operating reserve. One is facilities. One is apparatus. One is,
So
whatever
almost
it
like
is.
a carryover.
So you know exactly what that money is set aside over there for. And once we have the long range plan that says we need to spend this amount of money, then that money starts funneling into those things. And now you can start to see how you're funding these in the future. That's not the scary part, it's the uncertainty that we set at right now, is that we don't know what those future needs are. So I'm hesitant to overspend very much, because I just don't know what the future holds for us. So,
But it does appear that there's hope there. You know, that we might be able to, at the end of this fiscal year, put some in reserve and.
That should always be our goal.
Sure.
Spend less than our budget, but it will not always be,
No.
especially with the 700, I mean, if we're over 706, we probably will match. We'll still be 200 over if we still have $500,000 surplus at the end of next year. You know?
Well, and the fact is that, we went from the nominal 16 to nominal 19, so nominally a $3 million increase this year. So our 6-month operating reserve has to go up proportionally with it. If we're gonna maintain 6, if not, we're gonna be 3 years down the road, and we're only at 25%.
Right.
If we just keep holding the value of the same thing, so that value, all got to grow as well, so.
Yeah.
Personnel.
So where are we at, Eric?
All we have left to review, as far as my understanding is, we have to review the salary detail.
Which is close personnel.
Yeah, need to do that closed session.
Do you do that today?
It's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda, we'll do it. Right.
All right.
All right. We'll go into a closed session, 3:30 or 3:29 PM. 7:48 PM. There's no action to be taken, and we're, meeting is